like I say, this a man giving some kind of logical argument. So let's hear him out. Whatever.
Yeah, just give me
I don't think the Earth's going anywhere. I don't think it's going up or anywhere. But that's just me right now.
Hell no.
No, we live in a realm, man. We've been saying this for a while. We live in a realm.
Well, like I was telling Steve B, if the Earth was really moving up, Helio, say you hovered a drone, then the Earth would smash into the drone, right?
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. All that is. Anyone that claims the Earth is moving,
Yeah, capping.
it's just like, no, man. Earth is not moving.
Hell no.
Hell to the no.
Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell no. To the no, no, no.
Hell no.
Hell no. What the fuck is going on? I'm not getting it right. Hold on, let me check my. Well, anyway, hopefully this is coming through. Let me do this.
Real quick, I just heard 4 little clicks on my phone. You know what that actually means?
What's that?
I have Dave Voice's app. That means 4 more people downloaded the app and are waking out of the matrix.
The friend. There you go. You got the
Every
friend.
time my phone clicks, it makes a little click. Somebody else downloaded the app, so that's another person that might be critically thinking about their reality, which is a good thing. Go ahead.
I have the app, but I don't get the notifications. I guess you have to go in there and turn it on or something.
You need to go back and probably uninstall it.
I don't think I want that. I have enough notifications on my phone. I don't think I want to.
Yeah, it's a personal choice. All it is a little click. It doesn't really catch your attention, but it reminds you that somebody maybe is thinking about reality, anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me try this video. It says like 20 minutes long, 27 minutes.
No.
No, we got a no vote.
No. I'm not going to sit here and talk because I'm not in the mood. I was looking for a video. If you guys want to talk, I won't play it, but I'm not going to talk.
I mean, I can't talk. I got to get ready for work here. Y'all do whatever you want.
Catch basin, you just want to ramble?
Where is the link in the chat?
Yeah, it's in the live stream voice text. That's the video I'm about to play.
Oh, I'm in the lobby. My bad. I don't know, man.
I don't know what. So you'd rather just talk by yourself?
I mean, you guys can play the clip if you want to. That just means nobody can talk for a half hour.
Nobody's been talking for like 4 hours. Listen, bro, nobody's been talking for like 4 hours. All of a sudden, we want to play a clip, and then you come and say, that means nobody's going to talk for a half hour. It's like nobody's talking anyway, man. What the hell are you talking about?
We got to get the coffee brewed, Helio. We got to get the coffee brewed. Get this
got my beer.
we got to get this restaurant open for the day, Helio. Shit, we've been closed. 4 hours. Nigga, I just woke up. The fuck?
Well, I woke up at like 4 o'clock, so.
Why aren't you in here talking then?
There wasn't nobody in here to talk to.
What the fuck? Well, now they're all here. Let's all go quiet, huh?
No.
All right.
All right.
No, go ahead, play the clip. God,
dang. Don't tell me how to
You can start the clip. If anybody really wants to talk, we can stop it.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Here's the way it should go, in my opinion.
No, I don't give a fuck what you think, bro. I've been doing this for a long time. Don't tell me how to run my live stream, bro.
I'm not telling you how to run the live stream. This isn't your live stream anyway. But
it is my live stream.
It's not your server, Helio. Relax. So
well, it's our server.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making. But so
okay.
All I'm saying is, if there's a video,
all right, I'll shut off my microphone and see what happens, and Dave will shut his off and see what happens. See if anybody talks to you.
All right. Well, you guys are talking to me, so far so good. But anyway, thank you, Helio. Just put my 2 cents out there. If you guys want to listen to a video, go listen to it on your own time, right? Why do you have to make everyone listen to the same thing, right? If we play a 4-hour clip, 2-hour clip, whatever, that means nobody can speak.
All I know is my whole day's been thrown right the fuck off. They scrubbed the fucking Armistice launch again. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the rest of the day now.
Oh, they actually just pushed it back.
Another failure to launch. Oh my God. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, they pushed it back because some people got stuck out in space.
There we go. All right, what's the clip going to be about?
Apparently, motherfuckers think the Earth goes upwards now, flat earthers. So
Is
we're
that
gonna
like
listen
the
to
Flat Earth Society crap?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna listen to a flat earther tell us why the Earth goes upwards. So
Yeah, that's retarded. All right.
that's retarded.
I don't want to misrepresent what he's saying. He's just asking questions. He's not making a claim about it. Let's best be clear about that. He's coming through the logic stream with the laws of motion, but I don't want to misrepresent it. I just wanted to say he's not making that actual claim that the Earth's moving up, as far as I can tell. Now I got to shut up, so y'all keep talking, or whatever.
I mean, I wonder if we took a vote, like, not that that matters, but like if we were to take a vote in this panel, like how many people think the Earth moves at all? Probably get a big fat 0, right? That'd be my vote.
Well, that's where I'm at. I don't think we're in any kind of constant motion like we were talking about earlier. Okay.
It's just weird. As a flat earther, especially someone like Dell, I've never spoken to him directly, but I'm definitely familiar. But it's like we've been arguing this point for so long. How do you? I guess I'll have to watch the video, but it's like, how do you turn around and be? You know what? Actually, maybe it is moving. I don't know, man. Where do you even start with that? But yeah, maybe I'll check it out. But I don't know. It seems like a bit of a reach, a stretch. First of all, if the Earth moves, you need a medium for it to travel through. So it's like already it's off to a bad start. But so it's currently raining here in the Midwest. Since we live on a globe, it actually rains below my feet. It rains the other direction. So it's raining currently. It's raining downwards towards me, which is towards the center of the Earth. But on the other side of the Earth, the rain actually goes in the opposite direction. Very interesting phenomenon, ladies and gentlemen. So it doesn't always rain down. Sometimes it rains up. Welcome to Globe Earth. And not only does it rain up and down, it rains left and right.
I thought we were going to be listening to a clip.
Oh, you want to listen to somebody tell you why the Earth is moving?
It's in the chat if you want to, grab it and watch it on your own time. It's, it's CB said
I'm
earlier.
working on. I'm just here listening to whatever y'all have to say, or whatever y'all do.
Oh, fair enough. Back on mute for me.
Forrest Gump even had his scene about sideways rain and rain that comes up from underneath.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, young man. Young
Cheers,
late.
old Doug. What's up?
Not much. I've been listening in. Have I missed Dale saying something? Has he said that we're moving? Is he going Flat Earth Society or something?
He's not making any claims as far as I know. There's a 27-minute video he posted. It's in the chat if you want to watch it, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay. I thought I would have to get in the car and go and shake him there for a minute, but I better watch the video first.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a logic stream of how we create motion, and I don't want to misrepresent it. Just watch the video. Anyway.
Got you. Good man. Thank you, mate. Will do.
I mean, didn't they say that with the ball Earth? Like when you draw an apple, technically the apple comes up to meet, or the Earth comes up to meet the apple, kind of stuff. I remember them telling me that when I was a kid, and I was like, "What? You're telling me if two people drop something, the Earth's gonna go what towards both of them? Come on, dude."
Don't make that air, Dave. Keep talking. I got shit to do. If that's correct, CB.
Yeah. All right. Well,
LMFAO's here. Maybe he's ready to have a chat with you. What do you think about what he just said, LMFAO?
Are you talking about the? Sorry, I just got here. But you're talking about the motion of Earth going up. That video, or something like that.
yeah, you think this place is moving?
Probably not.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I'll play the clip if I posted a vote in the chat. No one voted, but yeah, if you guys are bored, I guess we could play it.
That's all I'm saying. It's just another human. Just hear him out. Hear what he's got to say. I mean, you agree or disagree, whatever. It doesn't have to be a personal thing anyway. But anyway,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. I'll go ahead and stick it on, and if anyone needs to chime in, feel free to chime in.
Fair enough. I'm staying on mute, though. Everybody have a good day.
Hello there, this is going to be quite a short one. Unfortunately, I've had issues with the footage that I had recorded earlier, so I'm going to have to postpone that to a later date. However, there's commenters, one in particular here, who has amused me, so I thought I would make a point on it. Now, this commenter continually asserts that in the proposition that the reference frame that is the Earth. So again, we go back to thought experiments. Let me just make sure that this is actually working. Yeah, everybody can hear me. You can hear me okay, good. So we go back to this again. I have to use simplicity for these people, and hopefully other people can grasp it also. So the statement being from this person, I'll read some of the other comments here. If the Earth was moving uniformly, it would have to constantly accelerate, and there wouldn't be such a thing as terminal velocity. Saying things like that just debunks your own model, because it's the gravity concept that invokes constant acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. Right? Now, in the proposition that the Earth's moving uniformly. The Earth is the reference frame. So again, for the dim-witted out there, the people who struggle to comprehend simplicity, if you have an object suspended in three-dimensional space, okay, no air, no anything yet, we'll just leave everything, right? And you brought in a moving reference frame, right? I'll go that direction if you want, so that people don't get triggered by this, right? So if I bring in a reference frame that's moving at, say, let's say 21 miles per hour, roughly 9.8 meters per second, right? Constantly, just moving at the same rate, right? Now, if this object is suspended in three-dimensional space, again, it has no weight, has no directionality to it. There's nothing. It needs a reference frame, it needs something else to press upon it in order to have some sort of resistance, right? And the thing that presses upon it would be determined its weight, the object's weight, by how fast the other object comes into contact and presses upon it. So, three-dimensional space, object, reference frame, 21 miles per hour, right? As soon as it comes into contact with it, as soon as it stops, the reference frame doesn't stop moving. The reference frame's constantly moving at 21 miles per hour, so now you're stuck to this reference frame as it moves uniformly, no accelerating, constant motion, right? It's going to keep coming. Now what you have to achieve is force. You need to have constant acceleration in order to overcome it, right? Because you can't just jump and hover, because the reference frame's going to keep coming and hitting you. So you need to overcome that reference frame and utilise constant acceleration to maintain your trajectory off of it. It's very, very simple. Let me just see here. FYI, pressure doesn't push in one direction. We're talking about gas. Let me see. You can't have terminal velocity if there's constant acceleration. Again, you know, look at your own model. That's invoking constant acceleration. Terminal velocity is something that has to be looked at, and something that me and Marty have been talking about recently. Again, you know, we have air resistance. We have, surface area of different objects, falling at different rates due to, air resistance. We have things called, deemed as terminal velocity, the maximum rate of fall that's reached within air, right? Nothing to do with what we're talking about here, although it's a relevant component that will be getting talked about in the coming future. So back to this person keeps coming back to, okay, you work out the problem, constant acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared over a period of 1 year. For this constant acceleration to be maintained, people and objects not floating around above the ground. So you've got this misconception that, as soon as, the reference frame comes into contact with you, it stops, so that you can now float about here. No, the reference frame will be constantly moving towards you, always pressing on you. You have to utilise force, power, whatever words you like, in order to overcome it. Same laterally. That's why aircraft have to have constant power, output, in order to maintain their altitude. It doesn't just get up to altitude and switch the engines off, and then because it's at altitude, it just maintains its trajectory in a linear fashion. It needs constant power to overcome the reference frame, to maintain its altitude above it. Why is it so difficult for you to comprehend that? So in the comment section I address these things, and as usual from a globe earth proponent, who zealots, religious fanatics, they just totally avoid addressing the idiotic points that they've just made and having an actual discussion. They just gish gallop from one thing to another, and then evade and avoid and jump to another, shift the goalposts now, because they're lunatics. Heidi, I hope you're hanging in there okay. In order for an object to have any sort of force making it stick to the ground, There has to be acceleration. No. There has to be acceleration in order to overcome the reference frame. The reference frame can be moving uniformly at the same speed. You constantly have to accelerate to overcome it. It's not going to stop once it comes into contact with you. It's just going to keep moving. It's going to keep moving. And no matter what you do and squirm and struggle to get off of it, it's just going to keep coming and hitting you unless you utilise some power source, force, in order to overcome it. And once you've run out, boom, hits you again. You must be daft. So this person, Shabada Sound, reckons himself a bit of a clever clogs. Shabada Sound has been invited to come here and have a discussion with me, and let's see what it has to offer. I'm here right now. Let's see what he's responded. So my response was, wow, you really are ignorant. No, the reference frame would not need to constantly accelerate. You floating in 3D space, not moving. The reference frame comes into contact with you at 21 miles per hour, say. It will constantly come at you. You then would need force to overcome it. So now, you see, you're getting into moving reference frames. That does not make any sense. I'm standing on the ground. The ground needs to be accelerating constantly for me to have a force to hold me down. It would be constantly moving at a set rate. Doesn't need to keep accelerating. Are you really that dumb? See, when you're driving along the motorway at 70 miles an hour, the poly bag goes like that to the front of you, and you keep driving. Does the poly bag go like that and just hover here? The ground needs to be accelerating constantly for me to have a force to hold me down. Nothing to debate with. Once that acceleration stops, the force stops and I'm floating around. It doesn't need to be accelerating. You're talking about acceleration as in getting faster and faster and faster. As long as it keeps moving uniformly, it's going to constantly come and meet you. And again, if I'm just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, if the Earth stopped spinning, everybody would fly east at 1,000 miles per hour. Same in this scenario. If the Earth was moving uniformly at 21 miles per hour and stopped for some reason, then everything would continue its momentum. And if there was no friction, it would just continue to move at 21 miles per hour. But we have air resistance, so it would move so far, and then it would come to zero, and then the Earth would come and hit. But if the Earth stopped indefinitely, and you went up, then eventually you would just be stopped. Once you lost your momentum, you would just stop. There would be no more motion. So in that scenario of the Earth moving and stopped, buildings and every fucking thing would be ripped and torn apart, probably. Maybe that's what the rapture was. Maybe that's what happened to other buildings. The Earth stopped. People went, fuck you, up into the air. Oh, the rapture, look, everybody's fucking floating about. Buildings and everything. All ripped and torn to fuck. A terminal velocity cannot occur with constant acceleration. Again, nobody's. And if you keep saying constant acceleration, what I'm telling you, I'm not claiming constant acceleration and there's no need to require constant acceleration. I'm going to keep removing your idiotic comments. Same for anybody else that wants to try and misrepresent and take people's attentions into a straw man nonsense. TV occurs on Earth due to air friction. And we know that. It is sad to come here and notice people who don't have a clue about what they are talking about. Aside from that, I hope you're feeling better. It's you that doesn't know what you're talking about. You're just another religious zealot that has a warped grasp on warped information. and don't have the ability to actually critically analyse it. Your model's claiming constant acceleration. 9.8 metres per second to infinity, to the centre of my imaginary concept Earth, where there's nothing. Pulley forces accelerating towards the centre of nothing. Andrew Calvert, Shivada, do you want to have the live chat or not? Let's not beat around the bush here. Well, Andrew, I predict that there is no email. No, what a surprise. No email from Smarty Pants in the comment section. What a fucking surprise. Of course, while I'm on the level, you know, if the Earth was constantly accelerating, it would be constantly increasing in weight. Exactly. But these people are lunatics. They don't have the ability to reason. Force equals mass times acceleration. No, it's an equation, a calculation of, you know, what they call force. It's just the use of mathematics. How far and how quickly did the object move depending on its mass, to get an answer for how much force was applied. When I hit something and it moves, I'm not applying constant acceleration to it. I've applied a force to it. And then mathematicians can work out the mass of the object and how quickly and how far it moved to come to a figure of how much force was required. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Aye, daft fools indeed. Right, Amovsky Pops, no doubt we'll have more of this. Again, I want to just extrapolate on these things. I've got a few different bits and bobs up here. You know, I'll touch on it quickly. You know, these statements of stationary and movable. You know, stationary and movable. Immovable doesn't mean to say that it's not on a particular trajectory, and maybe its trajectory is immovable. You know, the path of the reference frame is immovable, right? Just like we're on a roller coaster. You know, you could say, well, it's immovable from its trajectory, its path, right? 'Cause it's only going to go a set, you know, way. But this talk of stationary, you know, it doesn't work. You know, the only thing I can suggest to these people that talk about magnetism and these types of flows is things like the magnetic river. So if I show you this little quick video for an example, let me see here. Let me just get by the advert here.
The fuckest accent I've ever heard.
So I'm sure many people have seen this. So when I look at this, you can see the battery here going round. Now, if you were, you know, a person here suspended in three-dimensional space, right? and this was your field that was around you. The reference frame moving within that field. This could be, the component of this talk of, electrical field, static, magnetism, these types of vectors, these types of flows, right? But the reference frame, if you were on the face of that here that came into contact with you, it's going to continually move at the same rate around this circuit. And you're constantly going to be met by the face of that, the flat face of that battery. It's going to constantly push against you. And you're going to constantly need to use more force to overcome it, to shoot yourself away from it. But it's going to keep coming to meet you. Right? So there, people can have the flow of whatever, they like, energies, magnetism, whatever the fuck they like. But the motion still is required in order for us to have the setup that we have within the reference frame. So here, on that surface, a little being could be saying, oh well, is it stationary? It appears stationary to me, right? It's immovable. Right, to you, maybe if it's moving at a uniform rate, it is going to feel stationary to you. Like if you went in an elevator that travelled at a constant 25 miles per hour upwards, right? If it was on perfectly, aligned rails where you could not feel any jolt or bump, right? You would never know you were moving unless you had something else to reference it. Okay? You would feel as if you were stationary. I forget where I was going with that. But the whole thing.
You make a good point,
because
though.
you are feeling what you experience as weight, right? And you have a directional vector, you have a downward vector, right? So in this case, it would appear to you that it's stationary, immovable. Well, for one, it feels to you like it's stationary, right? And yes, it is immovable because it's going to lose its motion if it is removed from this track. So in that sense, you could say it's immovable. Because if you move it out of that system, there's not going to be motion and your system's going to fall apart. Just like you see at the end, when he takes it off. Boom, comes to a standstill, and then you and everybody else are going to go weak and keep moving at whatever rate that was moving at, unless there's some friction or something to change your rate. And if there is friction, eventually you're just going to come to a standstill. Hope that helps. Hope you get it. That makes sense?
Yeah, old dude, you make a good point, man. Think about I think it's in China or Japan. They've got the levitating train that runs on magnets. And if it wasn't for the visuals of you seeing
things going on outside of our reference frame that we know nothing about, exactly.
Hey, Kilowatt, that was an old dude.
Oh shit!
That's all right though. That's all right because they're both Scottish, So.
I was waiting for me to do that.
that was the
rookie. Bot. Yes.
No.
I've effectively hazed myself.
That's funny as fuck. I'm from the same town that Dale lives in, bro. You're hearing the exact same accent.
Oh, that was brilliant. I loved it. That's funny.
And you know what? For a Saturday morning, I couldn't think of a better crew to be here to witness that. That was amazing. I love you guys.
What a compliment, man. Thank you.
No, but I mean, I think he made his point in the video. So what he has like. I couldn't really follow it, like as far as like he started talking about space and reference frames in space, and then the globe and magnetic field reference frames, all that stuff. We usually talk about reference frames as a rotating and a non-rotating reference frame, and you leave it, and about the apparent deflection when you leave the non-rotating reference frame.
Well, The reference frame is heavily constituted towards the Coriolis effect, right? Like when you see a plane fly by, they're trying to tell you that your reference frame tells you that you're moving, and so is the plane. Like, that's that bullshit. But when we look at, like, and he raised a good point within the context of the conversation towards the end when he talked about if you didn't have a visual reference point to know that you were moving, you wouldn't know that you were moving, i.e., those magnet trains, those maglev systems that they have underground, you step on that thing and it just goes, right? You don't feel anything apparently because it's so smooth. But the aspect of knowing that you're moving in reference to the sky, bro.
I was just saying maglev would be different. I mean, even though it's using maglev, trains or whatever, it's still sort of attached to the ground because the track is attached to the ground. But with an airplane or a helicopter, that's a different story. You know what I mean? Because they say the Earth is spinning, and then you move up from the surface of the Earth. How are you spinning with the Earth? Still spinning with the Earth.
And he said as well, when you get towards, I think at one point he said, when you get to the, I guess, a northern point or a point of that axis where it's not turning, you shouldn't be moving at all.
Yeah, it's not turning as fast. The further north or south on the ball you go, it's not as fast, right?
Yeah, so you're measured at, so what's the bullshit, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator or some crap. So and what's interesting too, his talk raised two interesting points, because we can observe, and I hate saying this word, but I know I say it wrong, centrifugal force. Sound like a damn leprechaun or something.
You can say centrifugal, or some people call it centrifugal.
Centrifugal. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Helio. So centrifugal, we witness centrifugal force when we spin something like a tennis ball that's wet. It makes the rooster tail as it spins. Like, we witness that. But then their counter argument is that gravity is actually the magical force that keeps centrifugal force or centrifugal force from throwing us off the ball. Gravity keeps us stuck to the plane or to the ball. That seems counterintuitive because I witness centrifugal force when I spin something, but yet you're telling me that gravity is more important.
No, they're saying the reason you don't experience centrifugal force is because gravity pulls you toward the center of Earth.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying, Helio, is that they're trying to explain to us that gravity is more powerful than centrifugal force. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
It's double speak, and you can literally, if you hone in on what they're saying, you can literally say, so you're telling me that your magical reference force of gravity is more powerful than your supposed 1,000 miles per hour spinning magical centrifugal force that we witness. We know centrifugal force is true because we can make it happen ourselves. We can observe it. Gravity, I can't replicate gravity and make it happen like they described it. This is why I say gravity is fake. Bullshit. Sorry. Okay, I'm done now. Thanks for listening to me spiel.
And then look into a centripetal or centripetal force with PIT. Look into that. What they claim that's another pseudo force.
Isn't that some flipping? That's flipping, isn't it? Centripetal. Yeah, I've heard of it.
It's
like a pedal, isn't it? Same aspect as a bike pedal on a wheel.
It's the pseudo force that gravity uses, I guess, to pull everything back toward the center.
But isn't centripetal force? Wait, no, never mind. I'm going to look into this more. I appreciate that, Helio. Thanks.
Yeah. Look up centripetal force. I mean, even on Wikipedia, I mean, it describes it correctly. But it's like I said, it's a pseudo force, just like gravity is, and now, but centrifugal force or centrifugal force is not a pseudo force. You can actually create that and measure it.
Yeah, centripetal force is the one that they claim. If you swing a bucket of water on a string, they say that centripetal force is the force pushing back down the string to your hand. That's just utter nonsense. That's a centrifugal force. It's actually pulling outwards.
Exactly.
Yeah, but hold on a second.
Somebody misunderstood and thought that they could use it, the centripetal force or whatever it's just nonsense. Centripetal? It's just, it's a nonsense word. There's no force pushing back down the string. There's nothing pushing back down the string.
But think of a pedal on a bicycle. Pedal. Pedal on a bicycle.
Yeah, but no, that's a linear action, bro. That's a cantilever action. You're actually pushing on the outer part of the circle to turn the inner part of the circle.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But it wouldn't be the I guess. Okay, yeah, I got you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. Hold on, let's post a link here. Yeah, I'll just give you the Wikipedia link. They're pretty good. Gives a pretty good definition of it.
Yeah, no, I had looked it up, and as soon as I think old dude said the force of the force on the water that keeps the water in the bucket as you spin it around, and as soon as you stop spinning it, if you don't have it oriented correctly, that water's gonna escape.
Yeah, that's centrifuge. They say there's a force of the bucket holding the water.
I got you.
They say there's a force of that mass pushing back down that rope that's connected to your arm.
It's just like it's the pseudo force that's like counteracting the centrifugal force. But not count. I mean, there is no counteraction. There's no force involved except for the centrifugal force. They just have to define it mathematically as centripetal force, the opposite.
They have to find another explanation for the one that already exists, i.e., I have to outdo you with my ego. My cock needs to be bigger than yours. Excuse me.
They've renamed the bucket as the force that's holding the water. They've renamed the string as the force that's holding the bucket.
Yeah.
You're swinging all around your head. Yep.
Those bastards.
Like, hey, guess who came up with it?
Newton?
Huygens.
No.
Yeah, it says one common example involving centripetal force is the case in which a body moves with uniform speed along a circular path. The centripetal force is directed at right angles. Well, I was going to say 90 degrees, same thing, to the motion, and also along the radius toward the center of the circular path. The mathematical description was derived in 1659 by the Dutch physicist Christian Huygens.
Shame. Huge, huh? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or I don't know how you pronounce. I mean, you have to ask a Dutch guy how to pronounce it.
Huggins. I'll say Huggins.
It's just like a Huggy bear.
Professor Huggy. Yeah, that's your Professor Huggy right there with the centrifugal bugle, then pedal, whatever that was. Anyways, so we say buoyancy in a gas-filled environment because we observe buoyancy in gas and also in water because buoyancy exists. And they say, no, it's gravity, the weakest of four observable forces they call. Because gravity is apparently the weakest of four forces. 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
Yeah, a theoretically hypothetical algorithm that describes the motion in a vector of down. They've called gravity, bro. Yeah. They take a bunch of words and rename some old Latin word and think that they're getting away with it, but they don't.
Yeah, I did a presentation in my community about gravity versus buoyancy, and I pulled this as a definition from Wikipedia. That talks about what gravity is, and I'm like, wow, the weakest of four forces? That's horrible. I would hate to be the person that has to calculate what the speed of a car falling to the Earth's surface is versus a 100-pound boulder or 100-pound rock. Use the same variable or the same constant. How can an average be a constant in a mathematical equation?
An agreed average in the scientific community. This 9.8 meters per second squared thing. Drop towers have shown that different substances do actually fall at different rates in a vacuum. Yes, it's very minuscule, yeah. But all this, like people throwing stuff off of towers and saying it all falls at the same rate, or back in the old days, or rolling stuff down a plank, rolling balls down a 7-foot plank, and it all rolls at the same rate. And he timed it with a water clock, and we're still going by that. Nah, it's all it's woven into the story. They take the nothing and they go weave it in and move on as part of the accepted reality of stuff. Their time's up. We're onto them.
Oh, you don't believe we spin?
Only when I drink whiskey or vodka.
You don't believe science?
I'm not spinning. I'm not spinning.
Maintain.
I want to believe. Nice to hear you all, dude.
What's up, Jibby Jet?
Hey, Jibby Jet.
Yeah, enjoying a glass of Jackie with Red Bull now after shopping.
What, Jack Daniels?
Yeah. What up, homie?
Yeah.
Jack Daniels and Red Bull? Oh, man.
Boy.
Yeah.
He's getting jacked on this Saturday.
I was going to say that's called Jack Bull. You're drinking Jack Bull.
Jack Bull. Jack Bull.
So glad.
Or Bull Jack. You can go wherever you want on that.
Sounds pretty.
I dig some of that Bull Jack. Let me know what's the background noise.
Hey,
making breakfast.
How much is
you could call it a Red Daniels. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, Jibby Jet, in American dollars, how much does it cost for a fifth of Jack Daniels over there?
Well, it's I bought it there was an offer.
Or you use euros, probably, right?
Yeah, 15 euros one bottle.
Really? That's pretty cheap, man.
Cheap.
Man, it costs more. Yeah. It costs more here. And I live in fucking Arkansas, right next to Tennessee, where they make it.
America is expensive.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It costs like $25 for a fifth of Jack.
Yeah. Food, drinks, and drugs are cheaper here, I guess.
I'm coming to Germany.
Yeah.
I like Jack Daniels, man. It's good whiskey.
I don't usually drink, but all my work colleagues, they relax now Saturday, and I said, yeah, why not?
When you go to the bar with them sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, we went out in the city shopping and all that, and now we finished cooking and we came out of the house. We have like a garden, and
when you go out, mate, you're from Romania, right?
Yes.
But you speak German?
I do speak, yeah.
And English and Romanian.
Yeah.
So when you're out with do they all speak German with your friend, or you guys speak English? Or I don't know why I'm asking this.
My work colleagues are all Romanians. So we
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn! You found a place to work in Germany with a bunch of Romanians.
Yeah.
Or maybe you were sent to Germany from Romania to work with some other Romanians. That's probably more likely.
I came here, yeah.
What, do you work for the Secret Service of the Romania?
No, it's our service is
tech company
like a
or
joke.
something.
It's a joke. It's transsexuals. The Romanian Secret Service.
Hey, don't talk about globies like that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm sure there are some globies out there that are helping out too. Don't talk about them like that.
They work undercover. They disguise themselves. They work ladies' clothing and stuff. Yeah.
Come on. Shit, half the time I can't tell if you're being serious. Yeah, me jet, bro.
Transsexuals from Transylvania.
Transsexuals from Transylvania.
Yeah, that's where they root from.
What's up? Oh shit.
That is rich and compelling. So we have to talk about the launch that was scrubbed, don't we? So the new Artemis launch that was supposed to happen today, it got scrubbed.
It was supposed to happen last week. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and then it got scrubbed again. What do you know?
Oh, man, these delays are very profitable.
Very profitable.
Trust me.
Yep.
Yeah. Every day NASA cashes in money.
Dude, when they announce launch and they're going to do it live on YouTube, right? They'll get freaking 100 million views. And it's like, oh, well, we have this accident. You know how much money you get up from 100 million views on YouTube?
A lot. And not only that, when NASA says, hey, we scrubbed a launch because of this leak, they're like, we need another $2 billion to fix this fucking leak, you guys. And you'll buy it and you'll give us the money because you'll fucking believe it because you're gullible, naive, and stupid.
Yeah, but you see, when NASA makes these delays, it's not the ordinary people that are gossiping about it, but the mainstream media, they start taking the subject, the story, and they make these stories, they show it to us on TV.
Right. The first launch, I wasn't even thinking about it. I wasn't going to pay any attention to it because I know it's bullshit. But anyway, I was at work and there's a guy, he's an ex-military guy that works with me. He's I think he's like 8 years older than me or whatever. And he's like, they canceled the launch. It was like last Tuesday when they were supposed to do it. And I was like, surprise, because I've told him that I haven't really gone into like the deep shit. I told him I think space is fake, and but I'm not really like getting on him, like about flat Earth and shit. And I was like, surprise. He was like, yeah. He's like, they apparently had some fuel tank problem, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't care, man. I knew they're lying anyway. They're not going to space. They're not going around the moon at all. Go ahead.
So and the military guy knew.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the only reason he knows it is because he was watching the news or looking it up on his phone or something, and I wouldn't even pay attention. I didn't even know about it until he told me.
Yeah, but you should have asked him. Well, you saw the news. I get that. But did you verify that information?
This old man, I'm not going to change his mind about shit. I don't bother with it, man, because I've tried a couple times. I've given him leads, just like, bro, I've showed him the YouTube channel. I'm like, hey, I run a flat Earth YouTube channel and stuff. It's like, and he'll still come say some shit about space. I mean, but people do that to me, when they know that I'm a flat earther. Like, what about this? It's just like, did you hear that on the news? Yeah. Okay, well then, where's that? All right, cool. I get it.
What did he do in the military?
Oh, well, actually, I mean, he was in the Army. He told me that he worked in Special Forces.
Oh, so he was firing. He did firing and stuff, shooting
he
bullets, cannons.
He said he worked at Columbia for a while during the 80s when all the freaking, during the Iran-Contra shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, and he has a knee injury from fighting and shit. Yeah.
Did he ever shoot heavy artillery, like cannons and stuff like that?
I don't usually ask people that are in the military about their personal, because it can be traumatic for them. So I don't really get into it.
Well, there is this thing which you could approach him. All these people who shot heavy artillery cannons, they are being taught ballistics. And then ask him, when you fire a projectile, you have to use those ballistics formula. Can you tell me which one accounts for the Earth's rotation, the ground beneath the projectile?
Sure. But I'm just telling you, with this guy, I don't think I'll ever, I don't think he'll
bring it up.
He should. I don't think he should or would consider flat Earth a thing. He's just like a normie. He's just so normie that it wouldn't even be beneficial for me to bring it up. Just telling you. I was just telling you what he brought up the failed space launch to me.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But he knows I've talked to him a little bit before about my YouTube channel, Flat Earth. So I don't know if he was trying to trigger me or whatever into this discussion. He's not about that necessarily, because of course he thinks. I don't know if he thinks they went to the moon. I haven't even got that far into the discussion with him.
Yeah.
But he's in his 60s and shit. Ex-military and stuff. And so I was like, I didn't even know that the rocket launch failed, which I knew it would ahead of time. It was like, surprise, it's like, surprise, surprise. And then I said, surprise, surprise, boldly going nowhere.
Yeah.
And he laughed.
Boldly going deep inside the gullible imaginations of normal people.
So I said that, and then I we went back to work. I was just like, yeah, these guys are freaking full of shit. But anyway.
Well, if you look at any mainstream media channel that made this news story, and if they have a comment section on their page and stuff, you will see many people commenting there, oh, let's do it. They pray and having all these conversations.
For the astronauts. Do you think there's any churches out there going, all right, pray? This is like if they're sending people to the ISS, and there's just like churches out there going, pray for the astronauts as they go to the ISS. Let's just pray for them.
You'll see them comment, oh, do you even know how important and hard is this engineering? You have to make sure everything is tip-top,
I know, that's basically an atheist prayer right there. It's just like, don't you know how hard it is to become an astronaut and go out there in the field, which is not a field, it's outer space, bro. I don't know why I'm using like a gay voice to say it, but anyway.
Well,
because it's gay, it's dumb.
The initiation rituals in a lot of those cool kids clubs. So
yeah. That's another gay part of it.
Listen, I'm not saying they're gay.
I'm not saying that either.
I do.
I'm just saying it's gay in the gayest form of the gay. Because it's so dumb.
It's the straightest form of gay I've ever seen, ever witnessed.
It's gay, like happy. If you believe they're actually doing it, you can be happy about it. It's like, look at us. I mean, that's what the Globies do. Look, we're going to space. look at some magic. That's gay. You're happy.
We'll see. We will
That's what
see.
gay
Neil
used to
deGrasse
mean, and now
Tyson
gay
soon.
means
We will
bump.
see Neil deGrasse Tyson soon.
Gay means bumping uglies that don't fit together now. But whatever. It used to mean happy. You guys ever listen to Larry the Cable Guy? He'll say some of the most obnoxious, weird shit, and they'll be like, "I'm sorry, Jesus, forgive me. I'm sorry, I said that." They just start doing that too. I'll just say something just off the wall, crazy. Just be like, "I apologize. I apologize." I didn't mean that. Apologize to Jesus for saying shit that everybody's thinking.
Oh well, this Jesus topic is
No. I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm talking about Larry the Cable Guy's technique, during his comedy, because he'll say some crazy shit, and it'll be like, "Oh no," because a lot of his audience is like conservative Christian kind of stuff, and it's just like taboo some of the stuff he says, and so he has to just like caveat it with, "Oh, I apologize for saying that. I apologize, Jesus." Or anyway.
I don't know.
Listen to some Larry the Cable Guy, bro. He's funny. He's funny.
Yeah. And Larry the Cable Guy, is that movie with Jim Carrey when you?
No, he does some stand. You got to listen to his stand up. The movies he has to hold back, but his stand up comedy is where he actually shines.
Oh, I see. So it's Jim
the movie.
Carrey.
I mean, the Hollywood movies he does, that's that's controlled. But when he does the stand up comedy, that's better.
Yeah. So it's Jim Carrey that does the stand up comedy?
No, Jim Carrey came. I mean, he's a performer, but I'm sure he could do some stand up, but that's not where he came from.
Oh, I see. So
Jim Carrey started with stand up. Yes, he did.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then in Living Color, and then doing other shows. But it was stand up first.
He came up fast though. So
he didn't have to do stand up after the first year or two of him getting famous.
Yeah. But Larry the Cable Guy had to work for it. But yeah. But anyway, you got to watch some Larry the Cable Guy stand up shows, man. He's freaking hilarious.
Well, even these people's jokes nowadays, they're not.
They take offense. It's like you can't even make jokes. Can't even make jokes anymore.
But it's the Globeheads jokes and these pseudoscientist jokes, or these, fully integrated society, proud herd followers, and they have their jokes. Yeah, if you tell that joke to that herd of people, they all laugh, but I can't be laughing because I don't find them funny. Because I know how their minds are seduced.
Oh, I know there's a show. Speaking of stand-up, and it's irrelevant. It's relevant to our plight here, with censorship and shit. You guys ever heard of Jim Brewer?
No.
He put out a video about, I think it was like 4 months ago. He only put it out on YouTube. And as far as I know, it's still up, but gotta watch it, man. He put out a comedy special called "Somebody Had to Say It."
I see.
He's a wild man. He was in that movie with Dave Chappelle. I can't remember the freaking name of the movie where they were getting high. What is it? They were selling. like Dave Chappelle like was working as a janitor for a company, and they were making like chemical weed and shit. What was that movie?
Oh yeah, I saw that movie, but I don't.
He's the white guy in there that looks stoned all the time.
Tropical Thunder.
No, that's not it. It's not Tropical Thunder. It's
Half-Baked.
Half-Baked. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh,
anyway, he put out a special this year, and if you guys haven't seen it yet, you definitely need to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Jim Brewer, man. He's a brilliant comedian, and he put this special out this year. It's in live stream voice text now. Take some time to watch it because it's brilliant.
Well,
he says a lot of shit that we can't say. So like, why can he say that shit on his YouTube channel, but we can't talk about it on our YouTube channel? What the fuck's going on?
I did like Neil deGrasse Tyson joke when he said, "If you fart in space, then you move forward." That one is epic.
God, I don't know why a song from Kiss. Gotta slide it in right to the top. Slide it in, ain't gonna stop. No, everything with Kiss is sexual, but whatever. That's their whole thing. Anyway, I'm an old rock and roll guy, so it's like a lot of phrases people talk about. Situations, conversations. Music, songs pop in my head and stuff. It's just I'm weird, in case you haven't noticed.
Well, that doesn't happen to me because I don't listen to music.
Yeah, bro, Jebba, you got to listen to that video. It's freaking awesome. He's freaking hilarious. It's just like, I think he's a little bit older than I am. I think he's in his like mid 50s, and he's so energetic. And he also has a podcast too. So it's called the oh shit, now I can't remember the name of the channel. But anyway, you'll find him. He has a podcast where he talks to other comedians and does interviews and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's badass.
Jim Brewer.
Yeah, Jim Brewer. Yep.
Okay.
He's the guy from Half-Baked. The stoner that's not a stoner. He looks like a stoner, but he's not. Because if you hear him talk about it, he's like, no, I don't smoke weed. But, just his face looks like stoner face, and the way he talks and the way he acts, he looks like a stoner, but he's not. Which is, I guess it's part of his shtick, but at the same time, he's when he talks, he's genuine. You can tell he's like really, everything he says is pretty much heartfelt. So, pretty popular guy. As a matter of fact, he came to my town last year. I wanted to go see him, but my funds were a little low at the time. But he's badass. I would play it on here, but I can't. I mean, I could, but then we get a copyright strike. I don't do that.
Not worth it. Yeah.
No,
don't worry.
We can share it here. Everybody listen to that. That show is badass. When he does the same thing, every show that he's done in the past couple of years and all his podcasts and everything, he says pretty much the same thing. But when he's doing his performance, it's just so much more freaking bombastic because he's a performer, He's funny, man.
By the way, do you TikTok?
I actually took TikTok off of my phone. Apparently, people are thinking like TikTok's a big thing. I don't know.
Well, I started following a couple of these flat earthers on TikTok, and man, they get so many
like
comments.
30-second videos or 60-second videos or some shit.
Well, short clips, yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of people do comments there, you know. And
Yeah, I've heard it's getting pretty popular. I mean, it's just like apparently these days people have a very short attention span, so you have to make 30 to 60-second videos, or you'll never grasp anyone's attention.
Well, actually, you see, these creators, they engage with the people who comment in their comment section and stuff. And I joined also, I go and reply and tell them, you know, about the scientific method, the independent variable, you know, gravity or magnetism or whatever.
Yeah.
Light and trigonometry, the arc curvature calculus, and yeah, I get many likes now from these TikTok creators. It's a nice thing. And one famous one on TikTok, a famous account, I mean, That's Lies. This guy asked me for. He posted a video in which Jeranism was explaining some stuff, and I told him, "Oh, I love Jeran, you know." And this guy asked me, "Oh, but who's Jeran?" You know, this is Jeran from Jeranism, you know. And he asked me, "Who's Jeranism?" And I said, "Oh my God, you don't know Jeranism? Like, dude, where?" You know.
Yeah, some people find flat Earth different ways. You know, they may have not come across, you know, Globebusters or Jeranism and all, or even our channel and stuff like that. They just, because I mean, it's just like, that's why a lot, when new people come in here, I was like, I'd like to ask them, man, how did you find your way to the server? And so, well,
I told him about the server,
Discord.
and
yeah, go ahead.
I'll try to lure him in here in the city. I told him, like, we have a great archive information here about.
Yeah, you never know how they came across it. You know, it's just like. But a lot of times, I'd say at least 50% of the time, when people join, if I'm doing VC check-in, or if new people come in, I say, "How did you find the server?" Well, I was just looking up Flat Earth on Discord. It was like, why are you looking for Flat Earth? You know, and then their answer, you know, you can move from there, you know. But it's like people are looking for Flat Earth on Discord. You know, that's really cool. Or some people say, "Hey, I found it on YouTube or DLive or Twitter or whatever." Yeah. So yeah, it's cool.
I saw it on 4chan. If I had a computer,
you found it on 4chan, Elam?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Awesome.
I found a link to a podcast, and then that's how I started.
Sweet, man. Yeah, people.
I know you. A couple of weeks ago, you found.
Wait, so Ella, you have VC verified role. How long you been part of the server?
A few weeks.
We spoke with him, Julio, like 3 weeks ago or a month. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I remember the guy. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't, but so do you come in to listen, or do you want to participate in the open dialogue here?
So to be honest with you, like, I feel like I've gotten through a lot of the flat earther comment, so I just come here to listen occasionally, see if I find anything new information that interests me. That's pretty much it. I'm not really here to talk unless.
Well, you're talking now.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
So what do you think? What do you think about flat Earth?
It's amazing. It's crazy. I was fooled. I honestly find it kind of hilarious that they fooled me. Also evil, but I can't admit they got me.
What do you mean you mean the Globies got you, convinced you from a young age that the Earth was a globe, and now you've seen some of the information and changed your mind that there might be something to what flat earthers are talking about?
Well, I mean, I've known that we couldn't really go to space for a long time, but I never really like made the full leap. But then when I did, it wasn't really that much of a change. I knew most of other stuff. This just kind of
that's just like when I was growing up. I knew there was a creator, and so this, even though I still believed in the solar system, this idea of outer space and aliens, invasions, and all that. Even though I was a huge fan of science fiction, I thought it was nonsense because God, the Creator, made this Earth for us. And we're the only place that exists. I mean, not. Anyway, that's some deeper discussion. But yeah, it was just never this idea of aliens. Really, never. Even though I was a fan of fiction, I never thought it was possible that way. Like that Star Trek, Star Wars,
possible. I thought it possible, but to say it simply, what flat Earth is,
the way it's depicted in Star Trek and Star Wars, with humanoid people from other planets and stuff like that, from across the galaxy, that's pretty ridiculous. I mean, but anyway.
Yeah. I was also thinking, like, hey, if there are so advanced civilizations like alien species, living beings, so intelligent and stuff, and they have the means of technology and everything to come here and visit, and they don't make contact. Like, that is stupid, It never made sense to me because of that. So I was looking at that space as an infinite nothing, like empty, lifeless, And yeah, but to say it simply, what flat Earth is, I say it is the last defending bastion of science. This is what flat Earth is. It's a fortress, science fortress. I'm thinking of. Hello, mic check.
You're good. I can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm thinking, like, many of us in here joined TikTok. We friend each other, make like a team, and lure people from TikTok here in the server, and just for presenting them with knowledge and information, like driving some traffic in here, because we're very low on traffic at the moment. What do you say, guys?
Warning, do not watch this video unless you want to become a flat earther. You say, yeah, right, but I guarantee you that you don't actually know what we believe. And if you let yourself watch to the end with an open mind, you'll find out that it's actually you that's been hanging on a belief system, on a religion as it relates to the globe. You'll also develop a newfound respect for this group of people that support this channel and who are so willing to be called stupid, so willing to be looked at as idiots for simply questioning the narrative of what they're being told. Because the reality is, no one becomes a flat earther by seeing the floating pancake. Yeah, we think that's ridiculous too. We become flat earthers by studying and finding major errors in the heliocentric model and actively pursuing truth, which I guarantee you is harder than passively absorbing a lie. We probably actually know more about what you believe than you do. Remember, we used to be you. So trust me when I say that any objection that is currently or is about to arise in your mind, we've already dealt with ourselves. And if this thing was truly easily debunkable, none of us would still be flat earthers. Have you not wondered why someone would believe in something so stupid as flat earth? Why people don't mind being called idiots? Maybe it's because it's not that stupid. Maybe someone wants you to think it's stupid. Maybe someone is working really hard behind the scenes to make you think that we believe in a square pancake flying through the solar system that you could just step off of into the nothingness of space. But again, I assure you, we think that's ridiculous too. Nor do we have anything to do with the Flat Earth Society. I've attended and spoken at conferences all over the US and Canada and met thousands of flat earthers, and not once, never have I met someone associated with the Flat Earth Society. That is an organization of half-truths and idiotic science, okay? We are simply people in search of truth who hold empirical, measurable, repeatable science as well as ancient accounts on a higher level than mere theoretical mathematics. And last thing before I get going, I want you to know that they are banking on you not questioning this. They're hoping to their God with a lowercase g that you do not look into this, because they know if you do, you're going to have some major questions that unfortunately have no warm and fuzzy answers, which is why they've worked so hard to keep the flat earth, the perception of flat earth, as a theory that only morons could believe in. So sit back, relax, and I promise you will not regret it. As I mentioned earlier, it wasn't the words flat earth or the fact that the flat earth theory has all the answers, because it doesn't. And it certainly wasn't the social consequences that drew us in. But for most of us, it was the questioning of the globe model, which ultimately brought us to flat earth. So here are some questions that reveal some things that I didn't even realize I believed in by believing in the globe. Why is it that even though the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, it goes around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, which travels through the universe at 500,000 miles per hour, which is expanding at over 1,000,000 miles per hour, are we able to take a picture of the sky on the same day every year and never see changes in the stars, even for thousands of years? Why does Elon Musk say, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake? That's because it does look fake. Look how the Earth glitches out in the background, but the car doesn't. And see how the Earth supposedly looks from the International Space Station, which is 240 miles up. However, this was taken from only 170 miles. Do you see an issue here? It's just like the Red Bull space jump in the Mythbusters episode that used downward-facing fisheye lenses to create massive amounts of curvature. But the non-fisheye lenses from the capsule and the cockpit show flat horizons, which concur perfectly with weather balloon footage more than 20 miles up. Which, by the way, 20 miles high is roughly the size of the bulge that should be in the state of Kansas due to it being 413 miles wide. Here's what 20 miles up looks like. That would be a large bulge for something that is supposed to be flatter than a pancake. And by the way, Kansas is only the 9th flattest state in the US. How many pieces of flat land does it take to make a ball? Why, when we look at the stars in December, do we see the same stars that we see in June? We should be looking in two totally different directions. If ships sail over the curve of the Earth, why are we able to bring them back into view with high-powered lenses as if they merely sailed past the horizon of the eye's angular resolution? Why are we able to see things over long distances, which according to the formula for a ball with a circumference of 24,900 miles, should be thousands of feet below the curvature horizon? And now, with infrared technology, we are seeing things that should be miles below the horizon if we truly lived on a ball. If Eratosthenes proved the Earth was a ball thousands of years ago with an experiment using shadows, why do experts say that his results should actually be the same on a flat Earth with a smaller local sun? If the sun barely looks bigger than the other stars from Saturn, why is it able to completely light it up so that we can see it from Earth? And if something merely the size of the other stars can do that, why is the backside of Saturn not lit up by the billions of stars on the other side? And why are there dark sides to any objects in the solar system? If moonlight reflects the warm light of the sun, why is moonlight measurably cold? Why is it warmer in the shadows at night when it's the exact opposite of what we experience in the sunlight during the day? How is it possible that our positive atmosphere sticks to this ball right next to the negative vacuum of space without a barrier in between? How is it that people claim to see lights in the sky that are the International Space Station and other satellites when they do not have lights on them? And due to their supposed distance off the ground, the sun wouldn't have the ability to reflect light off them, let alone the fact that I do not believe you could see a satellite, something the size of a pickup truck, 250 miles away, even if it was lit by the sun. That's like saying you could see a vehicle in Oklahoma City while standing in Dallas. How is it we supposedly went to the moon 50 years ago, but now we can't leave low Earth orbit? That's the farthest that we can go. Why are the pictures of Earth from space described as composite images, using ground-based observations and Photoshop to fill in the gaps? Why was all the original moon footage and telemetry data destroyed? Why is NASA constantly getting caught on live feeds with men in the background of models, harnesses on the International Space Station, and bubbles and scuba gear in space like they're filming spacewalks in a pool? Why is YouTube hiding true flat Earth content and promoting the ridiculous false perception of the floating pancake?
You're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
And lastly, if we are so sure about this spinning ball heliocentric model, why are experts saying things like this?
So everything we know about the universe, what we're made of, galaxies, stars, planets, that's all right here. So according to this chart, we are 96% stupid.
And just so you know, the globe side has complex answers to all these. But it's time you start evaluating evidence for yourself instead of simply accepting someone else's opinion of it. We all have the same evidence. It's your worldview and your perception of the source that determines your interpretation of that evidence. The experts are not any closer to the stars than you are. You have the ability to trust your senses and come up with conclusions for yourself. So what do flat earthers believe? Well, I'll caveat with we do not have it all figured out, nor do we claim to. However, we can prove that there are major issues with the globe model, and that is why we are searching for other solutions and other models which can support the phenomena and science we repeatedly observe. Well, this is the best representation I have so far. We believe the center of our motionless world is the North Pole, and an explorer or traveler can still circumnavigate this world from east to west or west to east by performing clockwise or counterclockwise circles around the North Pole. Antarctica is not a continent at the bottom of the globe, but rather a continental ice shelf and mountain range that acts as a shoreline that holds the waters in and potentially supports the dome above, so no falling off the edge. The sun, moon, and stars are simply lights in the sky. They are smaller, closer, located inside the Earth's system. They are not objects floating through space that are similar to the Earth. They are part of the Earth, so no comparing us to them. There are many things that people think disprove this model, thus concluding they live on a ball, and there's no way I can address all of them, but here's some of the most common objections. People say that other planets are round, but as I mentioned earlier, we believe planets are just lights in the sky, not places you can go. Simply wandering stars that are part of our system, not outside it. Space, as you think of it, is a lie. People say there are no pictures of the edge. Well, that's because of the Treaty of Antarctica that does not allow for private exploration beyond the 60th parallel, upheld by the United Nations, whose flag also happens to be the map of the flat Earth. People say sunsets disprove the flat Earth because we believe the sun stays at a constant height in the sky as it circles above our head, which is true. However, you'll notice on clear days with minimal humidity, the missing water in the atmosphere allows you to see the sun shrink into the distance as it moves away. It appears to go down just like the lights in this hallway appear to go down. However, if the lights in this hallway were considerably higher than the observer, they would appear to shrink very little as they moved away. And if we were to create some atmospheric magnification, they could even appear to grow as they approach the horizon, just as the sun does on humid days. And what about gravity? Well, to put it plainly, we don't believe in gravity. We believe things govern themselves based on density, buoyancy, and the electromagnetic force, all three things that are measurable and provable. Gravity, even though it is sold as a law, is actually just a theory, and it's truly only needed to stick things to a ball or have that ball revolve around another ball. Newton himself had doubts about gravity, and in fact, it has never been proven to exist. There was an experiment performed in which gravity waves were supposedly detected from two black holes orbiting each other 1 billion light years away. Just for some perspective, the sun is only 8 light minutes away. So multiply that distance by 65,000 to get a light year, then multiply it by 1 billion. Then turn out the lights because they're black holes. They claim that everything in the universe gives off gravity waves, including the moon, yet they did not detect it from the moon. They detected it from two black holes 1 billion light years away. They were supposedly distorting space-time, and the amount which they claimed to have detected this space-time being distorted was less than the diameter of the nucleus of an atom. So, please use your brains the next time you see NASA come up with a big discovery. Look how it's always accompanied with an artist rendering or an image instead of a picture, just like this image of a black hole that they supposedly stitched together from multiple forms of data that just happens to look a lot like the cover of the Soundgarden album, Black Hole Sun. Now, the big question, why would somebody cover this up? Well, because the forces of evil cannot rule the original creation, the one created by God. They have to create an artificial one, a perception, in order to remove the true God from the equation, lifting themselves up to be gods. And they do this by creating a false reality, making people unknowingly exist in it, thus controlling them, making it possible for everyone, including the 99.9% of people working at NASA, to unknowingly propagate the lie. And that perception is so powerful, it can make someone who is provably standing still tell you that they're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and someone who is standing right side up tell you that they're actually upside down. Now, I know you have more questions, and we have the answers. And even though your heart may feel like you're hearing truth, I'm sure there are many objections that have arisen in your mind. Remember, we used to be you. We have already had to deal with those objections. Just don't let the projection of someone else's perception get in the way of your pursuit of truth. If you do, it only proves that you're under someone else's control. I pray that you take this seriously because the stakes are high. Don't let anything get in the way of your pursuit of truth, because the truth will set you free. God bless. For more answers, subscribe to Woketown, DITRH, the Flat Earth Podcast, or download the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
That's crazy. I've never heard that video before. I don't even know who that guy was, but that Dave Weiss put that out. Never heard him talk before, or maybe he has. Obviously he has made videos, but that wasn't David Weiss, but it was on his channel. But I'm looking at the video, and it doesn't say who that guy was. I like that. I like that explanation. Pretty cool. And that came out yesterday.
Okay, Helio. He's called Woketown.
Oh, Woketown?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't know that because Dave didn't share the link in the description, which is unfortunate. I mean, if I share somebody's video, I put their link in there. Oh, and I'm looking at the video on Dave's channel. I don't see the link to the original video. Messed up. Hey, Dave Wise, if you're listening, if you're going to share a video on your channel, if you're going to mirror something, Rick can put the link at the top of the description so that we can know who's talking. Only criticism. That, because I found that on Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app channel that Dave created. Bro, don't freaking share somebody's video if you're not gonna give them credit. Come on, man. Oh, you're better than that. Woketown. Let me check out that channel. Let's see. Do you have a link to his channel? So when I search it, it's not popping up. First one is Flat Earth Awakening.
So when we took the Nazis,
This one's a pretty good one too. Well, I don't know. This guy at Flat Earth Awakening has some good clips too.
they were probably surprised that we weren't trying to scare our people with aliens. Dude, you guys aren't on aliens yet? What the fuck are you doing? So they were like,
some Eddie Bravo.
So when we
play this one. Happy.
So when we took the Nazis, they were probably surprised that we weren't trying to scare our people with aliens. Dude, you guys aren't on aliens yet? What the fuck are you doing? So they were like, right away, 1947, Roswell. That was some bullshit. That shit wasn't real. That's part of the whole fake alien invasion. They right away, all these comic books in the 50s came out, nothing but space and Mars attacks and all these shitty ass movies of Martians and Martian this, Martian that. They're gonna attack us. Everything. Star Trek was created by a Freemason. All the astronauts are Freemasons. 2001 Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick, Werner von Braun, directed all 6 moon missions. His best friend is Walt fucking Disney. Walt Disney's balls deep in creating science fiction and space before it, dude, just, it's mind-boggling that red flags aren't up for everybody. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Why do you think people fight it so hard?
The indoctrination is so strong, dude. You grow up with all you see is space. E.T., Star Wars, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, space. I sit there and I watch the latest animated movies with my son, cartoons. Space is in everything. They have space in everything. That's the number one component of a children's program. They're going to throw space in there, and aliens and all that shit. And then dinosaurs, too. They throw a lot of dinosaurs in there. So by the time you're in your 20s or 30s and people start questioning it, there's no way you're gonna think that's the stupidest shit ever. You walk into a class from day one, there's a globe in your class, all that shit. Come on, man. Come on.
It is, they are stubborn when it comes to being lied to.
Yeah. It's the craziest thing ever. Flat Earth is the craziest thing, but guess what, dude? It's fucking flat, dude. And everyone is going to find out eventually. No one ever gets into Flat Earth and then turns back. You don't. It's like Santa Claus. When you find out Santa Claus isn't real, people don't go back and say, you know what, I'm starting to believe in Santa Claus again. No, it's the same fucking thing, dude. Water is level. That's the science of water. Everyone's talking about science. The science of water
Explain that to somebody
level.
turning in. What do you mean by water and level? You're saying that water
is always level no matter what.
Can't, like if this was like... Let's say I had a ball here, right? And I was having water shoot down it. It wouldn't go around the ball?
It'd go around and drip off.
Like this? It wouldn't go around it. Is that what you're saying?
It'd fall. No, it would just fall off. It would just drip off. Imagine a tennis ball that's wet and you spin it. What happens? The water flies off, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that keeps the ball earth theory together is gravity. That's the only thing. But gravity's never been proven. Like, oh, gravity's been proven. Look, gravity. No, gravity. Like you pick something up with gravity. No. Try doing that to a helium balloon. Then what? What is that? Helium balloon, an anti-gravity spaceship. What about a helium balloon? You can't explain that, can you? Why doesn't that drop? You drop the mic because the mic falls because it's more dense than the medium that surrounds it. Helium balloon is less dense, so it goes up. Anything that's less dense than the medium that surrounds it goes up. Anything that's more dense goes down. You drop a rock that you can fit in the palm of your hand, you drop it in the ocean, what happens? It sinks. You drop a ball, a tennis ball, what happens? It floats. It floats. It's right there in between the air and the water because it's more dense than the air, but the air that's inside the ball is less dense than the water, so it's right there in the middle. Doesn't sink. What is that? There's a force strong enough to keep the ocean stuck to it, but it's not strong enough. It's not strong enough to affect a helium balloon or smoke or birds. Birds can do. If there was a force strong enough that kept oceans attached to it, we would be stuck to the fucking ground. We would be stuck to the ground. Come on, man. Come on. It's really simple. Things fall because they're more dense than the medium around it. They rise because they're less dense. Helium balloon, explain that. Explain that. Can't explain it. You just, gravity. Gravity. I can, in any country, in any city, I can prove to you that water will always find its level. I could just take a bottle of water and I could prove it. But no one could ever prove that a ball water that can stick to the exterior of an object. Water conforms to the interior of an object. It doesn't conform to the exterior. You can't.
Have we ever recreated gravity in science?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He'll even tell you. He's like there's a famous video. He goes, "Well, when you talk about gravity, we don't know."
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know.
It's a theory. It's a theory.
Do you find it interesting that all the allegations against him mysteriously went away, like so quickly? Like everybody else who got convicted, accused of stuff, took a beating.
He's done a lot. I mean, look what he's doing, pushing. You saw him when he dropped that mic and showed flat earthers what was up. He dropped that mic. He's so smart. You know what I mean? He wouldn't challenge Eric Dubay to a debate. Eric Dubay was down. Joe Rogan was going to set that up. Me and Joe were like, because we were arguing about flat Earth, and I said, why don't you just have Eric Dubé on the show and debating Neil deGrasse Tyson? Neil deGrasse Tyson, he'll talk shit when there's no flat earthers around, but he ain't going to talk shit around Eric Dubé. Eric Dubé would smash Neil deGrasse Tyson with science. With science. The science of water is it's always level. The Earth is 70% water. We should be able to find curvature in the ocean. On land, land is uneven. You really can't. It's unpredictable land. You really can't measure curve correctly. But in the ocean, we're 75% water. There should be, if the water is curved, it curves at a certain consistent rate. And they've already figured that out. They figured it out. If we're on a ball that's 25,000 miles in circumference. That's what they say. That's what school will tell you. That's what the textbooks tell you. We're a ball that's 25,000 miles in circumference. At that size, the ball should curve at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, not 8/16. It's 8 and then 32. At that rate, no one disputes that. All the people battling, there's people that battle flat Earth. There's just all these battles going on. There's battles everywhere on YouTube. They all know the formula. And with that formula, at 100 miles in the ocean, there should be 6,600 feet of curvature. But how do Navy ships target other ships 100 miles away? How do they do that? They take pictures. They have a laser that targets other ships 100 miles away. It's impossible. That's impossible.
How high do you have to go, flat. Do they say, for
it's
you
flat.
to see?
They say 10,000. They say 10,000.
No.
10,000 feet.
No.
That's what they said.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, ships or airlines, they travel at 35,000 feet on average, right? So, and then people always say, oh, look at a fucking plane. You can see the fucking curve. No, dumbass. You can't see the curve at 35. Because your boy Neil Tyson, he said that you can't even see the curve of the Earth at 110,000 feet. Planes fly at 35,000 feet. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, there's a video. All the video, the shit he says, dude, it's all over like the flat Earth community. They dissect all that shit. And there's a video, and the reason why he says that is because there's all these amateur balloon cameras at they go up. They stop at 110,000 feet. They don't really get any higher than that. But at 110,000 feet, it's still flat.
Hey, credit to Flat Earth Awakening.
Tyson had to
come out and say, thought it was over.
The world is so big that even at 110,000 feet, you still can't see the curve. Even at 110,000 feet, it still looks flat. You're just not high enough. So that's very interesting that he says that, because you got all these fucking idiots saying that they see the curve of the Earth at 35,000 feet. Shut the fuck up. Listen to your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson. Shut up with that shit. You know what I mean? And then all that shit with Steve-O, and he's saying, yeah, the Red Bull jump, and I saw the curve. That was about 100,000 feet, dude. Your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson said there's no curve. Oh, and then you have all those pictures, those fake-ass fish-eyed lens pictures. Everyone gets fooled with the fish-eyed lens. They all get fooled. They're these fake-ass pictures of the International Space Station. It's a picture of Earth. They're supposedly on the International Space Station. You could find one of those. International picture of Earth from there's gonna be like a little, on the side you're gonna see like a little solar panel, a little arm to let you know they're on the International Space Station, and then they show you the Earth curved. And it's a fisheye lens. It's basically a picture from maybe 100,000 feet on a plane. They take a picture and then they just put with the fisheye lens, and then they look at that shit. This is the shit you see all day. All day. Find one. They see that? There it is, the solar panel. What did I tell you?
Yeah, he did call that solar panel. He's like, the solar panel.
Dude, right there. All the pictures are like that. People are so fooled. They think that's a picture from International Space Station. And they curve it. Look at that. All of them. Look at that. It's bullshit, dude. Come on. And people buy it. They believe it, dude. They believe all that shit. Look at that. See the tops of that? Look at that page. Oh, we're from the International Space Station. Look. Oh, you think that's a
that's definitely a fisheye lens.
Dude, they're all fisheye lens, dude. That's how they get people. People are so fucking retarded. Like, how many times they got to fake the moon mission before you don't believe shit coming from them? How many times? Me, it's 6.
Okay, I think it's over now. You guys want to listen to another one that I found that I think would be pretty good? It's McToon getting roasted.
Go for it, man.
Let's do it.
What up, y'all? Jake the Asshole back again, and we have a good one for you, my friend. It seems I have a professional globe shill on my nutsack. That's a bad visual. So apparently this professional globetard has been assigned to me, and he thinks he can goad me into a debate with him by making fun of my mom and where I live and saying that I eat Hot Pockets. He thinks if he makes fun of me, calls me a chicken, that I will be forced to debate him, and then he can get exactly what he wants and grow his channel and make money being a professional globe Czechoslovakian. So here's the deal. Nobody gets what they want from me. I get what I want from you. So I went and dug up an actual debate where McToon loses. He gets absolutely flattened by a flat earther known as Red Pill Philosophy. So now I'm going to show you exactly what it looks like when McToon does decide to debate. Check this out.
It's a long distance observation I captured with the P1000, showing stuff that's not supposed to be visible according to the predicted sphere Earth model.
And how did you determine what was too far to be seen?
The Metabunk curve calculator.
Okay. And then did you control all conflating variables?
Did Aristotle do it when he claimed to have seen ships disappear bottom up and it was used as slam dunk proof we live on a spinning space ball for the last 2,000 years?
Well, Aristotle's not here, so this is your.
He's foundational to your religion.
I didn't bring him up, so that's.
Look, if you want to throw Aristotle under the bus, that's fine. Let's just get that out here out front right now.
I didn't claim anything from Aristotle, so I won't be.
Aristotle is credited by multiple mainstream historical sources as the guy who provided some of the most foundational proof we live on a sphere, one of which being ships disappearing bottom up. Did he account for all the variables that are taking place when you're making a long distance observation over water? Did he account for all that?
So bottom up is different than what you're seeing here, right? Or did you see bottom up? I don't know what exactly.
No, it's flat in that footage. It's flat. It's not missing. That's the problem. It's not missing. It's supposed to be hidden by 80 feet of Earth curve. There's no curve there.
Yeah. But are you? So I don't know what this looks like. If for real, is there supposed to be something there, or are we seeing the shore, or is there something obscured?
You're basically seeing everything. Now, in all fairness, I went out and I went to the observation point multiple times, and sometimes there was obstruction. It's true. And maybe that's why you asked me, did you account for all the variables? Because there are atmospheric anomalies.
That's not the variable I was concerned with. Okay, but did you take into account the actual conditions? Like, do you have the temperature at
yeah. Well, I go back to my original point. Did Aristotle take that into account when you guys put it in the textbooks for 2,000 years as slam dunk proof we live on a sphere?
I've not written a textbook.
If it was good enough for Aristotle, why isn't it good enough for me?
Well, see,
you have to understand, bro, that when you ask me, did I take into account every variable? What you're saying is Aristotle failed in his observations, even though it's been used. Here's a clip from National Geographic. National Geographic did a hit piece on flat Earth recently, and they said that, and here's a quote. I'm going to go ahead and play it for the viewers. I'm going to play this real quick.
You'll start to lose the stripes.
One way that Aristotle proved 2,000 years ago that the Earth is a sphere.
Over here.
Well, I'm going to quote you real quick. I'm going to quote it for you real quick. One, this is National Geographic, so we're going to find out if you're gonna what your stance is going to be on this. So National Geographic says, quote, one way that Aristotle proved the Earth is a sphere, and let me keep playing. I'll get the rest of the quote for you.
The boat test, very simple, appears to this one. As a boat approaches the horizon, Aristotle proved 2,000 years ago.
Proved 2,000 years ago the Earth is a sphere.
The Earth is a sphere. Was with a boat test, very similar to.
Was with a boat's test similar to the one that was performed by that investigative group that was out there with National Geographic. A boat test. Things disappearing bottom up in the distance. So this is a foundational proof for the spinning space ball. Okay, it's been used in textbooks. It's been referenced by National Geographic. It's constantly referenced as a slam dunk proof. Aristotle did it 2,000 years ago, as National Geographic just said. Okay. So did Aristotle account for all these refractive conditions that you're now asking me to account for?
I did not bring up Aristotle, so I don't need that.
No. You brought up things disappearing bottom up and whether or not I have accounted for all the variables. So what I want you to do is I want you to disavow every time Aristotle has been cited as a slam dunk proof for the Earth being a sphere, ships disappearing bottom up in a public school textbook by National Geographic, etc., etc., etc. Will you disavow?
I did not bring it up, so it's a straw man.
It's not a straw man, buddy. I just asked you to disavow. It's simple.
I won't disavow something that I didn't bring up. It's not necessary.
Should Aristotle have accounted for all the refractive and atmospheric conditions?
If you want to talk about here's the deal.
He's running, guys. Come on, McToon. Just admit it. If you're going to demand that I have atmospheric conditions accounted for, why didn't Aristotle, when he was put into textbooks for all these thousands of years?
All right, so seeing too far versus
so he's just going to ignore the question, everybody. Watch it.
It's a straw man. I will ignore a straw man.
Incredible. So why does Aristotle get preferential treatment?
Seeing things obscured bottom up is different from seeing too far.
Sad, man.
Right?
Very sad.
They're related, for sure.
That's very sad.
So independent of the distance that you see something being obscured bottom up doesn't tell you anything necessarily about the radius of the Earth, but it tells you there's something blocking.
So are you going to make me account for all the refractive variables that you demanded a minute ago?
Absolutely. I'm going to insist that you do that.
What about National Geographic when they cited Aristotle without those considerations as proof?
Now they did not say see too far. They said block bottom up. Right?
They did not say block bottom up.
Or did they say see the right distance or see too far?
Well, now you're just being nitpicky and weird. We're talking about things disappearing into the distance. Doesn't have to be bottom up.
But we don't see any other than bottom up. We don't see things side to side disappear or top down disappear, right? We see things disappear bottom up. So, what causes that bottom up obstruction? That's the pretty key thing.
Okay, we can move on. If you're not gonna concede that point, we can move on. That's fine.
That's fine.
You won't disavow National Geographic citing Aristotle if it didn't account for refractive conditions. That's fine. We'll move on.
So as you can see, folks, the old globe cuck McGoon got absolutely flattened, got absolutely leveled by red pill philosophy in that debate. And he thinks he can challenge me to a debate by talking about my mama, saying that I live in a basement underneath a trailer and that I eat Hot Pockets. Hey bro, you know where I'm from? When you talk shit like that, I don't feel like debating you. I feel like punching you in your stupid, ugly face. So I'll put it to you like this, McToon. You challenge me to a debate. I don't see any purpose a debate serves because you're not going to convince me that space travel is real. You aren't going to convince me that we live on a spinning space ball.
Yeah, that was some weird stuff. What McToon was, if you haven't seen that video, let me see if I can find it. What they were talking about, they had like this little flag on the bottom of the boat, and they were moving away from shore. This is National Geographic, professional videographers and shit. And they were like, look, you can't see the bottom of the flag, but if you look at that video, the horizon is way beyond that boat. So that wasn't Earth curve. That was obstructing the lower part of the boat. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that if you haven't seen that video that they were talking about. So that's another cool clip. This guy, Flat Earth Awakening, has pulled some cool clips out and good stuff. And obviously, McToon didn't know. He was trying to defend Earth curve being the horizon, when it obviously wasn't, because the horizon is beyond that. I've seen the video multiple times. Yeah. What else we got here? I'm trying to play short videos so Creation Bear doesn't get pissed at me. I'm just playing. I'm just messing with you, Creation Bear, bro.
You look at the big pictures.
And for the record, for the live stream, if we play a long video, anytime somebody wants to say, hey, I got something to say, anyone that has the bot command can stop it and continue the discussion. Because the live discussion is preferable to the recording. But if nobody's talking, playing some good content is better than dead air. I mean, if you disagree, then you're just wrong. If you want to talk, speak up. If you don't, I'm going to play some more cool content. Ready for some more Eddie Bravo.
When you look at the big pictures, like how.
What is flat Earth in your opinion? What is it? Is it just like is it a simulation? Are we in a simulation?
People are cool with thinking that. People are totally cool with us living in a computer simulation. No one has ever ridiculed for saying, I think we live in a computer. No one has ever. Elon Musk said it. So nobody has ever been ridiculed for that.
Why are they more okay with that than they are with the notion that we might live on a flat plane?
Because as children, we're brought up with Star Trek and Star Wars. They did that shit on purpose. So the indoctrination is so strong. When someone brings up that we could possibly live on a motionless flat plane, I mean, that's what it says in the Bible. All ancient civilizations believed in a flat plane and a firmament and everything. When you put it all together, the only way, if we really do, let's just say we really do, like it says in the Bible and like ancient civilizations thought, we live in a special place. Right. It's motionless. It's a flat plane, and there's a firmament. Meaning there's a dome. That's what it says in the Bible. If that's true, and there is a creator, how are you going to get people to believe in a fake alien invasion? There's no way you're going to, because if that's true, there's no fucking infinite space. There's no infinite space. So they had to crush not only God or our creator, whatever it is, but they had to crush that model. And when you start looking at the history of it all, you're like, holy shit, it all makes sense. In order to have fake alien invasion, we need infinite space. We need evolution. They need they're a million years, a billion years more advanced than us. So that's evolution. So the dinosaur thing, that's all evolution. Darwin, they were all Freemasons, Jesuits, all of those guys. They're all part of the same team. All the famous astronomers, the ones that are known throughout time, the real famous ones, they're all from the Vatican. The Vatican is pushing infinite space and aliens. They are, because the Vatican, as you know, they're not about Christ. Yeah. They're faking their Christ. They're faking it. It's obvious. The Vatican looks very satanic to me. Yeah, based on the shit that I've seen. Oh my God! Like that monument, that sculpture, the resurrection that's behind, like in the Vatican main church. It's called the Resurrection
in the Reptilian Auditorium.
Yeah, put that up. Put the Vatican, the Resurrection sculpture.
Yeah,
that don't look like Jesus to me.
Put the Throne of Lucifer. I think it's called actually.
No, it's called the Resurrection.
Really?
It's called the Resurrection. It's a gigantic sculpture. There it is, right there. Look at that shit. Dude. Come on, that is. If you're into that, you're into Satan. There's no way that has anything to do.
You're definitely into lizard
Satan.
people. Go down.
That's fucking
Go
Satan.
to the head.
Dude.
Go to the top
Look at
of the
that
head.
shit. That's the Vatican. That's the Vatican.
Now, do you know that the Pope that stepped down still walks around the Vatican? He's still there. He didn't die. He just quit.
I wonder if he's hanging out with kids.
Now the whole thing. Look at that, dude. What, Aaron? You're a
How
Christian
is that
man.
Jesus? How
what
is
do you
that
think
Jesus?
of that, Christian man? You're a Christian. What do you think of that?
I'm not a Christian.
Okay.
Been to the Vatican. I did not see this there.
Well, did you go in that auditorium?
Yeah.
You were in the auditorium. You're telling me that's not there?
St. Peter's, it's not in there, no.
So that's a hoax?
That might be somewhere else. I don't know.
Did you go in the reptilian auditorium?
Look at that shit.
I have no recollection of the
So
reptilian.
my point is, the Vatican and all the famous astronomers that have made all these calculations of the space and all that shit, they were all from the Vatican. They're all Jesuit Freemasons, and they're giving us the story about what's up, what all those lights are in the sky. They're telling us the story that's not the story. That's not the story. So I'm not a religious guy. I grew up a Catholic, but
are you religious now?
I'm way more open to the Bible, and now when people start reading me passages from the Bible, now when I listen to it, it sounds like some genius ass shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just when you start certain like the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
You could Google the Book of Enoch, and the Vatican took that out. They made that officially. They took it out of
Enoch. There it is.
The Book of Enoch. When you read those passages, it sounds like it sounds like a God is writing that. It's filled with wisdom, and I don't know.
Does it scare you to maybe be religious because you were so not religious maybe for a long time?
I do believe that someone created all this. Something there is.
Is it a traditional God like you see in I don't know the Bible?
I think most of organized religion is controlled opposition, only because the people just naturally believe in a creator and a God. So I think what Constantine did when he told the people, okay, we're going to be Christian, okay, but meanwhile he's a pagan, sun worshiper.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a big part of that Bible is that. Yeah. And they put stuff in there that make people fight.
Yeah.
Just like the Quran has stuff in there that like, why is that there? You can't drink, you can't dance, you can't. It's like stuff like that just makes you wonder why they would put that in there. And it just
to turn people off to God. They're strategically they turn like the Roman Catholic Church. They turn Jesus into a superhero, and that turns people off. And it's a
so
great.
What's
it's
your
a great
take
way.
on Jesus?
I believe that there was a man who, I don't know if his name was Jesus, but I believe there was a Jesus, and I don't believe that he was supernatural. I just believe he was super enlightened. I could be wrong. I don't know, but it seems like he did exist, and man.
Is it scary to say this stuff because you're like,
I just don't know. All I know is that sculpture, the resurrection, that ain't Christian. That's not good. And whatever's coming out of the Vatican, that's not good.
Right.
That's not good.
We did a show.
The Jesuit order comes from the Vatican. I don't know, man. It's like, I don't know.
Are you in the black nobility, dude?
Dude,
we did a whole
all this shit
episode on
scares
that.
me.
That shit
scares. That's why I shut up about this shit. You know what I mean? Luckily, this is a tinfoil hat podcast.
Nobody takes it serious.
Nobody takes it serious, so I could be honest.
Yeah.
But on Joe Rogan's podcast, I'm shutting up more and more.
Oh, well, you have to.
I don't want anybody tailing
so
me.
big.
I don't want anybody fucking with me.
It's so big.
I gotta control
dude.
myself. You know what I mean? If people ask me, do you think we went to the moon? Fuck no. Do you think that we live on a ball shooting 1,000,000 miles an hour through space, one way, 600,000 miles another way, 60,000 miles another way, and then spinning 1,000? Fuck no. People think I'm an idiot for believing in the flat Earth. It's crazy. It's crazy because I think everyone else is an idiot for not believing it. You know what I mean? So
are they, like,
it
seems to be
like ironic.
Flat Earth and the moon landing seems to be this thing that upsets everybody so much. Now, for me, it's like I make no qualms. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't even try to attempt to. I was told as a kid we lived on a ball. I've done no research into it, even though I know that there is research into it.
Yeah.
And
there's
you.
many debates with scientists, flat Earth debates. There's many, and they get crushed. You know what these scientists they always end up saying, you know what? The odds are that it's round. That's what they're saying. The odds are. Because they have no proof. There's a debate that just came out by a flat earther named Allegedly Dave. That's what he calls himself.
Look it up?
His name is Dave Murphy. And it's Allegedly Dave versus a particle physicist. And he fucking crushes him. No one can fuck with Allegedly Dave.
He's
a black dude from the UK. Super brilliant, and he just fucking crushes. If you listen to these debates, you're gonna go, oh shit, these motherfuckers. When people say, do you believe in science? It's like, science is so broad. That's ridiculous. It's like saying, do you like music? Do you like music? Of course, I believe in science that I don't need to have faith in. I talked about this before. I believe in the science of iPhones. Because I don't need to read a study that iPhones can get you on the internet and you can watch videos.
Trust the boner, dude.
I don't need a fucking scientific study, But if I have to, most of the space stuff that we get, we have to take their word for it.
Right.
We have to take their word for it. But if all the planets are round and all the stars are round, we must be round. Like, dude, you need to look at those lights in the sky through a telescope yourself. Most people aren't even looking through
so what you're saying is like our
lights in the sky.
Interpretation of what the moon is and what that, not so much the moon, but the Jupiter and all these planets are basically based on what NASA has told us. But no one's actually tried to look at these things through a telescope to see.
Now, I didn't say no one. I said most people.
Most people.
And when you do look at those wandering stars, which were changed to planets, they're not what you. It's not those images that NASA gives you. They're lights in the sky. They're little, and it doesn't make any sense. Like for instance, try to understand this. This is the heliocentric model, right? Let's just say this is the sun. right? And we have all these planets going around the sun, right? Mercury is the one closest to the sun, and then Venus is going this way, and then Earth is the third rock from the sun, and then Mars, and then Saturn, right? Right?
Yeah.
So imagine this. This is Earth, and then we got Mercury and Venus here.
Yes.
Right? It takes a year to go around the sun. Takes a year. Takes 6 months to get to this side. This is what they're telling us. This is what they're telling us, right?
Okay.
Right?
Right.
I'm not making this
I'm
up.
listening to you.
So as our planet is going around the sun, it's daytime on the part of Earth that's facing the sun. There's no way this side of Earth is nighttime when the sun is on the inside. Nighttime is always on the outside.
Right.
It's always on the
Right,
outside.
right.
So we're looking so if I'm right here,
Right.
we're looking at the nighttime,
Yeah.
and all the stars over here
Right.
on this side of the room.
Right.
But on the other side of the sun, there's a bunch of other stars, right? Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
You could only see, I could only see this side of the universe.
Okay.
Right? But when in 6 months, when I'm on this side, I could only see at night. It's only night when this side is facing out. So I only could see this side of the room. Does that make sense?
No. Well,
Right?
the only reason I have a problem with that is because what we see is this. We see the sun though. So we do see this one.
Constellation.
Listen. Here's the Earth on this side. It's only nighttime on this side.
Right.
Because the sun's over here. The sun is shining over here, so it's daytime
Right.
on the.
So it's
when it's
nighttime
daytime,
here. It's daytime in Australia. Right.
you're not following me.
Okay.
We're just talking about just us.
Okay.
Don't worry about Australia. Or nothing.
Okay.
It could be like that, but
Okay.
it could be. But
Okay.
so this side of the Earth is what, nighttime? or
Yes.
daytime?
Yes. So yeah.
It's nighttime or daytime?
That's nighttime.
This side of the Earth is what?
Sun. Daytime.
Yeah, because the sun's on the
Right,
inside.
right,
there.
right.
So when it's daytime, we're facing
The sun.
according the sun.
Yes.
If this is true, right?
Okay.
All right. So we got all these stars over here that we're seeing at night.
All right.
6 months later, we're seeing all those stars, right?
Right.
And then 6 months later back, we're seeing all those stars, right? So there should be, every 3 months or 6 months, there should be a different set of stars.
Constellation, yeah, I was telling you.
We shouldn't see the same
Yeah, 'cause you could
constellation.
see the same constellation every time.
Why do we see the Big Dipper
Every night.
every night?
Oh.
It's real simple.
Okay.
The shit's wrong. And then check this out.
Aaron, thoughts on
And
that?
then no, check this out. Now check this out. Now
Okay.
Now we have the same thing. Now you think about this. Now think about the planets now, right?
Okay.
Mercury's on its own little, according to what they say, Mercury is right here going on its own little orbit, and then Venus, and then Earth, and then Saturn, or then Mars, and Saturn, and Jupiter.
Blah, blah,
and
blah,
Uranus, right?
Pluto, yeah.
There's 8 of them, right? So, at night, okay, let's just say it's day 1 here at night. What are the odds that we could see all the fucking planets? How come there's no planet on a rotation over here? Like maybe Mars is over here, Jupiter's over there. Every night we should not be able to see every fucking planet because they're on their own. They could be on the other side of the sun.
Right.
Yeah.
But yet you want to go out there and see Saturn, you could see it. How come Saturn isn't over here? And then when Earth comes around in 6 months and it's on this side, maybe Saturn's over there on the other side. So at least or around half the time at night, the other 7 planets should be behind the sun somewhere on its own orbit. How is it that we could see the Big Dipper every fucking night? We could see Polaris every fucking night?
In
It
the
doesn't make
same
any
spot too, right?
Dude, it goes on forever. Their whole model can easily be broken down. Allegedly, Dave would crush anybody. He has. He's done many on. You can go to YouTube.
He just went on a particle physicist.
Yeah.
It was him, and his name's allegedly Dave, and the other guy actually has an actual name.
Yeah. Well, his name is Dave Murphy, but that was his YouTube name for a while.
Yeah, don't play it.
No, I'm not playing it. I'm not playing it.
Yeah.
He absolutely destroys this, but it's sad. It's really, really sad. And he does it to everybody because he breaks them down. Because most of these scientists, even like Neil deGrasse Tyson, they're not doing any science. They're just memorizing science books. and doing mathematics.
Well, that's a big part of our education system. Isn't necessarily that you're smart. You're just able to follow patterns.
Yeah, like
and regurgitate
can you name, if you Google the distance of the sun from Earth, you're going to get 93 million miles an hour. Can you name one scientist and the experiment that he did and explain how someone figured it out? Nobody can, but yet everyone accepts it. Name two astrophysicists who figured out that the sun was 93 million miles away, and then tell me exactly how they did it. It's a fucking mystery. They're talking about like triangulating Venus, and when you look into it, there's some kind of laser pointer that NASA has that they built in 1961 that they could tell the distance from Earth to Venus, and they triangulate. So, but only NASA has this laser beam, and that's how dude. You go outside and look at the sun. That motherfucker's not 93 million miles away. Look at that shit. That shit's close. The sun is fucking close. It's about 3,000 miles away. It ain't 93 million miles away.
Man,
the sun and the moon is its own light source. It's not reflecting the sun. There's no doubt about that. The moon is its own luminary.
Do you know that there was a time in this where, there were civilizations that talked about the time when there was no moon?
I don't know about that.
But they say there was.
But
remember there was
the reason we're getting hit with this 2001 Space Odyssey, Star Wars, up your fucking ass, Star Trek,
Wars,
everything. The reason we're getting hit with that is for they need us to believe in infinite space before they launch the fake alien invasion. And now you know who Wernher von Braun is?
Yes.
Wernher von Braun was Hitler's right-hand man. He was his rocket scientist, and after World War II, the United States took about 1,200 Nazi scientists, including Operation Paperclip, including, people know this, but then they know this, and then they still just go along with it. They took all these Nazi scientists, and they took Wernher von Braun, and he fucking was the head of NASA. He's the head of NASA.
Yeah,
he directed all 6 moon missions. And when he died, he had cancer for about a couple years before he died. And when he got cancer, during the last 4 years of his life, he hired this woman, Dr. Carol Roslin, and she was his assistant, his prepared speeches for him for 4 years. And she said, and you could go on YouTube and hear her talk about this all the time. She said that he told her that they're going to they're creating enemies. They need to create enemies. There's going to be terrorists from the Middle East, and then there's going to be the threat of an asteroid. They need, according to Wernher von Braun,
like a crisis.
They need a crisis. They need a reason to start a Star Wars project, like a weaponized space. And Wernher von Braun told Dr. Carol Roslin, look that shit up. She'll tell you right out of her mouth. She said that he told her over and over again, the final threat is a fake alien invasion, and it's going to be a lie. He told her over and over for 4 years. Wouldn't get into detail. She said he would not explain or go into detail, but he made it really clear. On his deathbed, he made it clear to the day he died, the final conflict is going to be a fake alien invasion. And, and it makes sense. They're just...
some people that were involved in the creation of NASA was Jack Parsons.
And what isn't he a Satanist?
A Satanist.
And what about
Walt Disney too?
Walt Disney and Wernher von Braun were
Nazis.
They were boys. And that's why you go to Disneyland, and it's Space Mountain, and Disneyland was big in pushing space and getting space into
Guess who else had something to do with it? L. Ron Hubbard. Nobody
course,
talks about
of
that because
course.
L. Ron Hubbard was
Science fiction writer.
best friends with Jack W. Parsons, and L. Ron Hubbard ended up banging Jack's wife, and it just caused chaos.
Throw Anton LaVey in there, the founder of the Satanic Church.
Aleister Crowley, dog, was a big friend of all
When
that.
you start putting all those characters together in the same fucking room,
I can't wait to hear
it
Aaron.
makes sense. It makes sense. That
No,
they
what
are
you do-
trying to, they're creating this infinite space, but it's all fake. It's not
crazy,
infinite.
dude.
It's not infinite. I don't believe in infinite space. I used to. Shit, I was balls deep in all that. Me and Joe, we were balls deep in space documentaries. That was my favorite shit to watch. I TiVoed anything about space. Space, comedy, fighting. Space, comedy, fighting.
Those are fun things.
Oh, dude, space. I was trying to remember everything about a neutron star, super hypernova, put those lyrics in. I would write about that shit. I was balls deep in my 30s, dude. So I was fully into it. And most flat earthers, same thing. Balls deep into space, fucking just ate it all up. And when they first heard it, every flat earther, when they first hear about it, they get disgusted. Like I did. I thought I wanted to fucking punch dudes in the face. I'm like, get that shit out of here. With that CIA psyop, flat fucking Earth. Everyone, no one ever accepts flat Earth and goes, "Oh, that makes sense." That indoctrination is too deep. It's like religion. It really is. Space is religion. Space is
Science is religion.
Space is Santa Claus. That's what that is. It's what it says in the Bible. That's what I believe it is. Where there's a firmament. And then check this out. When Wernher von Braun died, put up Wernher von Braun's tombstone.
Okay.
Dude, on his day, he was trying to tell people.
Try to
on his
spell
tombstone.
that one fucking.
Put tombstone. He has a Bible verse. He has a Bible verse. Look at that. Wernher von Braun. What does it say? Psalm what? 19:1?
19:1.
Watch, and then go read what that is. Now put up Psalm 19:1.
Oh, there it is at the bottom. Bam. Look at that.
Put
what
that
does
in.
it mean?
Put that up. Now, what does it say? What is that song?
Okay.
This is coming from the dude who faked 6 moon missions. Look at that.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sueth.
The firmament.
The firmament
sueth his handiwork. Now the firmament, that's the dome. That's what separates the heavens from earth, or the waters from above and the waters from below. That's the firmament. That's the dome. That's when flat earthers believe in a dome. They're actually talking about the firmament.
Shut up, dude.
That was on Wernher von Braun's tombstone. Get the fuck out of here, right? Look at that.
Dude. Shut up.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. That's what Wernher von Braun put on his tombstone? Get the fuck out of here. That's a deathbed confessional right there. That's a the guy who faked 6 moon missions put that shit on his tombstone.
Oh my God.
At what point? When does, everyone
Google
has a...
what is a firmament?
Yeah.
Just Google
What is the firmament?
What is the firmament? Don't get rid of this page. Open another page. Yeah, I want to keep that on there because that shit is weird. Go open that.
Come on, man.
Hey,
did you just find out about this?
I did.
At what point does the bullshit meter go off? At some point. Everybody got a bullshit meter.
Here's what I'm going to tell you.
At some point,
Eddie,
your bullshit
you
meter
and I
gotta
agree on
go off.
so much that I always go, how can we agree on everything and disagree on this one fucking thing?
You don't disagree on it. Inside, you believe it, but you feel like it'll ruin your career.
Okay, the heavens or sky, especially when regarded as a tangible thing, a sphere or worldview from a collectible people. I don't know if that... What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, Bible definition. No. Put in firmament dome. See if that comes up. Oh, shit. Oh, my God! Is a structure above a... conceived as a vast, solid dome.
And that's what Wernher von Braun put on his tombstone, dude. Come on.
Aaron, that looks like the fucking Hollywood
There's an underworld too. There's an underworld right there.
They're lying to us about space, man. That's. I'll never.
What is on the other side of the dome?
Heaven of the heavens. That's what it says.
What is that?
No one knows. People say, "Well, where's the proof of flat Earth?" Like, dude, we're not the ones with all the NASA $18 billion budget. You know what I mean? We don't have to prove shit. You have to prove what you should ram down our throats as children. You know what I mean? All we're doing is breaking down what you're saying. We don't have to prove. We don't have any equipment. We can't. How are we going to prove it? But you know one thing that we can prove that I know for sure is that most of the Earth is water, right?
Yeah.
70-80%.
Yeah.
And water always finds its level, man. The only thing that's holding them together is the theory of gravity. Gravity hasn't been proved. There's no proof of gravity. You know, people go, oh, look, there's proof. Look, I lift this up and proof. All that's proof is this is more dense than the medium around it. What about a helium balloon? Helium balloon ain't gonna go down. It goes up. But it defied gravity? No, helium is less dense than the air around it, so it rises. You drop a boulder in the ocean, sinks right to the ground. You drop a beach ball in the ocean, it stays right there at the top because the water is less dense, or the air in that ball is less dense than the water. How come the gravity doesn't pull it down to the bottom where the rock went? How come gravity can't hold the fucking... Gravity is so strong that it's holding oceans stuck to a ball, but it can't hold a fucking helium balloon? A little bee can fly, a little butterfly can fly. You would think if it could hold down buildings and shit and oceans, the butterflies would be stuck to the ground. They'd be stuck, like we wouldn't be able to move. That gravity's so powerful, it's got to hold the oceans to it so it doesn't just go flinging off.
Oh man!
Gravity's a theory. It's all about density. You could take a steel anvil or an iron anvil, whatever anvils are made of, and put it in liquid mercury and it'll float. Why doesn't it sink? Because it's less dense than the liquid mercury. It's all about density and buoyancy.
So what point do they say you could see a curve in the Earth?
Well, this is what people always say. This is what dumb motherfuckers always say. Go, have you ever been in a plane? Just look out a plane and you can fucking see the curve. And planes fly at 35,000 feet.
And then they say the window has a curvature on it.
Well, that's what you're looking at.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson is the poster boy for modern astrophysics.
And he's the only
you know
one.
What I mean?
He's the only one you can name.
No, exactly. And so this is how it goes. All these people are saying, yeah, I could see fucking curvature from a plane, and pilots, I see the curvature from a plane or whatever. But there have been many on YouTube amateur balloons that go up 120,000 feet. 120,000 feet, and there's no fucking curve at 120,000 feet. So what did Neil deGrasse Tyson say? He had to say, listen, at 120, he says this on video, at 120,000 feet, that's not high enough to see any curvature. So, okay, let's just say he's right. Then all these people who think they can see curvature out of a plane, they're
lying because it's obviously not.
They're not lying. They actually believe it, but it's not what they're saying. Your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson said even at 120,000 feet, you can't see it. So how you seeing it at 35,000 feet? What do you got? Superman fucking vision? You know what I mean? So according to the mainstream official story, at 120,000 feet, because that's the limit of the balloons. The amateur balloons are going up with cameras. They go, nope, no curve at 120,000 feet. So Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and basically, what he did is he debunked the Red Bull jump. Because everyone's saying, look at the Red Bull jump. You could see, when he jumps off, you could see the earth in the background, and there's a curve, and he jumped out at 120,000 feet, and there's curve, so the Red Bull jump proves curve. So Neil deGrasse Tyson crushed that Red Bull jump. It's on video. You can watch crushing the Red Bull jump. He goes, that is so bullshit. You can't see curve at 120,000 feet. And he goes, and he crushed the video footage. He goes, and then he crushed the video because people were saying, look at the video of the Red Bull jump. You could see curvature. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, that's not curvature. That's a fisheye lens. Fisheye lens can make this room look curved. Yeah. You know what I mean? So he had to admit that the footage, like anytime you see footage from coming from the ISS, the International Space Station, that's all fisheye lens. And people, they don't even see it. They're like you, it's like
It's so dumb. I wanted to show you. I took a picture of me on the flight. I sent it to you. And we were at the highest
No,
level.
I saw that.
It was just, it just keeps going.
Yeah. The horizon always rises to the eye of the beholder.
I don't know why. It's
Same
not
thing with the
opening
camera.
that, dude.
The
So
horizon
weird.
always rises. No matter how high you go, the horizon's always going to be at eye level. If we were on a ball, the
Look at that,
horizon would
dude.
not
It
rise.
just keeps going.
Yeah, that shit just like, keeps going.
It just keeps fucking going.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because it does keep going. Okay, here's the big question, tough guy. What happens when you get to the ice wall?
You
What
can't.
happens at that moment? That's
Well,
a
first of all, Antarctica there's a treaty. All the countries signed it. No one could just go to Antarctica and go exploring. You have to get permits. It's really hard to get permits. And what they do is you can go to Antarctica. There's got this little spot where you can go where tourists go and take pictures. And they got a symbolic South Pole. They admit it's not the real South Pole. The real South Pole is obviously not right here, but this is symbolic South Pole. And there's let's just say Antarctica is as big as North America, and they let people go to.
Yeah, they let people go to
Santa Monica.
Jersey Shore, but you can't come to Santa Monica.
Exactly. So there's people that go, I've been to plenty of people have been to Antarctica. Yes, you haven't gone deep. No one knows what the fuck is. And the crazy thing is, we are surrounded by an ice wall. You can see it on video. It's all over YouTube. People say, what is there, an ice wall? You go, yeah, there's plenty of video. Just punch in an Antarctica ice wall. It's everywhere. These aren't icebergs. They're fucking ice walls that are 100 to 200 feet up. Look at that. There's plenty of the ice wall. There's all sorts of. Where's the ice wall? There's right there. Look, ice wall. That's not an ice wall. It's an iceberg, dude. That's a fucking wall.
That looks
That's
like
a
something
wall.
out of Game of Thrones, dude.
Yeah, look. Look at that.
wall.
It just goes. It just surrounds us. We're just surrounded by
So when
ice
I
wall.
fly there, I'm not necessarily allowed to.
Look at that. That's a fucking ice wall. That's the ice wall, dude. What is that? Oh, that's an iceberg. It's ice wall. It's not an iceberg.
So you're not with these flat Earth people.
Look at that. Look at that ship right there. Go back. Look at that ship. Look at that shit.
And you know that's massive. That ain't no fucking.
Dude. Look at that, and it goes on forever. You think that's an iceberg? It's not a fucking iceberg, dude. Look at that. That's an ice wall, dude. That's what's holding us together. That's what's holding the oceans together. The oceans are flat. Water always finds its level. That's you know what science is? The science of water. The science of water is that water always finds its level. That's science.
So what does that mean?
Level. No matter what.
Oh, it's always flat.
It's always level. They use those what do they call those things? Those levelers, like construction.
What are those called?
They check to make sure shit's level.
What is that called?
You know what's the main?
It's a level. I'm pretty sure.
You know what the main component?
One, the one that got
the main
the little ball
component
in
is
it.
water.
The water, yeah, the one that's got
It's
the little
water.
ball in it. And you got to perfectly align it.
Water always finds its level. Water always finds its level. There's the physics of water, the science of water. Water always finds its level, and water always conforms to the interior of a container, not the exterior of a container. You can't do that anywhere. I could do this in every city of the whole world. I can do this experiment. Look, level, repeatable, measurable, and it always conforms to the inside of a container, not the outside. So all that, like we're on a ball and the oceans are conforming to the outside of the ball, and then there's this mystical, magical, powerful force, gravity, holding it together. So wait a minute, we got inertia that's trying to fling the water off the ball as it spins 1,000 miles an hour, but then the gravity is fighting. There's a battle between the inertia and the gravity. But there's no sign of this battle, and there's no sign of like inertia battling gravity. Gravity, can't lose to the inertia because then the water will just fling off like a spinning tennis ball that's wet. It's all just theory. People just, it's scientism. That's scientism. It's shit you have to believe. You have to believe that shit. You have to believe in gravity. You can't know gravity. You have to believe in it. You have to believe that the world is spinning. You have to believe it because they can't prove it. So you must believe it.
Is it possible
You have
that
to
we're in a
believe it.
petri dish and we're one of many things, or
Whatever it is, it's level. Whatever it is, it's a flat plane. It could be bigger. There's theories that we're in this, the circular puddle, and like the middle is North America or the North Pole. And here's another thing that we know too that we don't have to believe. There's a couple things that we don't have to believe. If we have a compass anywhere, a compass is always going to point to the middle, to the center, or to the North Pole. We all know that. We don't have to read a study that says 12 scientists have finally confirmed it. Compasses point to the north. We don't have to. We already know that. So we know that. And what else do we also know? We also know that coincidentally, right over the North Pole, where all the compasses are pointing to, because there's this force. The compasses are pointing to this force in the center. Because if you look at the flat Earth model, where the North Pole is the center, and everywhere you go south, you're going to hit the wall. You're going to hit the south. The Antarctic is this all the way around. And when Captain Cook circumnavigated Antarctica, he went 60,000 miles. That's 60,000 miles. Makes sense if you go like this, but not in the official version of Antarctica. It would have been, maybe 10,000 miles. That's 60,000 miles. Like all those explorers that try to find a way in Antarctica, they all got lost. Nothing made sense. It took years. You look into all those explorations. It was baffling. That's why Richard Byrd had to go in there with the fucking Navy 3 different times. He went in and they went in fucking balls deep with fucking naval ships and shit. They go, we got to find out what the fuck is on the other side. You know what I mean? They talk about polar ice caps melting. Fuck you. Maybe the North Pole, maybe the center that's melting, but the Antarctica isn't fucking melting. It's colder than ever. So anyways, we know that compasses point to the north. And we also know that Polaris, the North Star, is right over the North Pole. And then when you look at, I don't need a scientist to confirm that. I know that. So coincidentally, all the place that all compasses are pointing to, because there's this magnetic force, Polaris is right over it, and all the other lights, aka stars, are all rotating around Polaris. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. And then in the flat Earth model, the sun and the moon are rotating around this force too. They're going around like this, and they're local and small. The sun and the moon, same size. Brother and sister.
For sure? Sun and moon, same size?
I don't know nothing for sure. This is just me talking shit.
That's the way you see it, though? Like, that's
what a lot of people say it. They're the same size. They're the same altitude. They're on the same path. How is that? What a coincidence. What a fucking coincidence that the heliocentric model, right? We got the Earth here and the sun here, and the Earth is spinning, and it's going around the sun. But we have a moon. We have a moon. That has nothing to do with the sun. But coincidentally, it's on the same goddamn path as the sun. How is that? What are the fucking odds of that? It should be on a whole different fucking path. The moon should be doing some different shit than the sun's doing, as it appears to us. But it's moving the exact same fucking path. It's going around like this. It's like clockwise. They're both going around. And the sun's a little faster. And then the sun will always catch it. And anytime the sun and the moon get close together, the moon's light goes off. Like if it gets too close to the sun, the moon, you can't see it. Like it's an illuminary. Like its electrical or magnetic charge disappears. It's crazy. But it's a full moon when they're exactly 180 degrees apart like this. That's when we see full moons. But when it starts going over here, when it's like this, that's when you see crescent moons. It's like the sun's magnetism is like kind of is affecting the light of the moon. Remember, the moon is not reflecting the sun's light. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
It's its own light, right?
It's its own light. It's bullshit because on full moons, it happens when the sun appears to set here and it disappears. And then like an hour after sunset, the moon is always here. I keep track of the moon. It's always right here and it's a full moon. How is it going to be a full moon? The earth should be blocking it 100%. You shouldn't be able to see the moon at all, but yet it's a full moon. The sun sets, earth here, moon here, they're exactly 180 to 180 degrees apart.
There should be no moon.
There should be
moon.
There shouldn't be no reflection of the sun because the Earth is right in the way. But yet it's a full moon. Look at that full moon. That shit's its own light. It's its own light. And the difference between sunlight and moonlight, sunlight is hotter. Sunlight is warmer in the direct sunlight than it is in the shade. Obviously, right? Moonlight is different. Moonlight is colder in the moonlight and warmer in the moon shade. You can watch that shit on YouTube. There's all these experiments. Moonlight and sunlight are different kinds of light, but they're their own light. Everything we've been taught about space is bullshit. It's all bullshit. Either that or I'm crazy as fuck. I could be. Am I that stupid? Am I really that stupid?
Well, I'll say this for you. All the stuff that you and I talk about, I know you're 100% correct on.
You're on your way to flat Earth. You just think it's gonna ruin your career. You know how many smart motherfuckers, brilliant guys that we talk about flat Earth off the record, but they'll tell me don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. They feel like it's gonna ruin their life's work. They put so much time into a certain subject, like you have 9/11 experts and CIA experts and all that, and most people that are balls deep into like MK Ultra and how like we've been totally brainwashed through the media and movies and all that shit. They understand flat Earth. Yeah, like eventually it all makes sense. Because think about it, everything you see, all the mainstream news is bullshit, right? So it's not bullshit when they throw in, we just discovered 7 new planets in another fucking galaxy. That's real. And you're saying everything is bullshit. All these conspiracy theorists out there, like, folks, like Trump's like fake news. I like that. Trump, that's one thing I like about Trump. He's calling them out as fake news. That's good to me. But when they talk about NASA discoveries, that's real?
Hey, dude.
That's real? Like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You should be doubting that. You should look at that and go, oh, shit.
Is NASA Hebrew for to deceive? Have you ever seen that?
No.
Hebrew to deceive.
Man, fucking movies, dude. Like, like 5 years ago, I didn't believe movies were propaganda tools. Now I believe that the entertainment business that's its sole purpose, is to use entertainment to further indoctrinate the people.
Go down low. Yeah.
You look at, dude, I used to wonder why movies suck. Like, what? How are these movies all sucking? Every movie, every now and then, a good movie sneaks through. You know what I mean? But, yeah, for instance, like Scarface, right? That's everybody's favorite movie, right?
Yeah.
Would the powers that be, do you think they like that or they don't like that? They go, we got this movie Scarface, should we greenlight it?
They like it.
Oh, they like it. They want.
Why?
People start doing cocaine.
Why? And why is that good?
Fucking put people in jail.
Focusing on what's going on.
Yeah, and it makes it really look like it's like the Latin cartels that are bringing it all in.
It's cool to be. It's cool to be Scarface.
Yeah, and then it distracts from who's really bringing it in. Right?
It's really the CIA.
Yeah. So that's good. Like Scarface, that's one where they're like, oh yeah, we like that one. That's a good one.
So
and then I wonder. I always wondered about why do they push superhero movies so much? Like, why do they push superhero? And I've been thinking about it, and I just figured it out.
Why?
I think. If you were a dictator of an empire, is it easier to get people to do your evil deeds if they know they're evil, or if you convince them that they're doing the right thing? What would be more powerful?
Well, I mean, obviously, we've seen it through propaganda, convince them that they're doing the right thing.
It's always better. It's always best that your minions think you're doing the right thing. Always. Because if you just told everybody, the minions, and like the dictator just told the media and everybody in Hollywood, look, it's all about, drinking children's blood, and it's all about corrupting the youth. You know what I mean? It's all about scaring everybody, getting them used to fear. Because how the fuck are we going to get that adrenochrome if they don't know what fear is? So that's what all scary movies are about. So we get them on the scary shit. Because I would be swimming in the ocean right now if it wasn't for Jaws. If I never seen a shark attack movie, I wouldn't be afraid to swim in the ocean. But because of that movie, I will never swim in the ocean. You know what I mean? So I have like this brainwashed little fear element in my brain with sharks, right? So we all know that at the very top, they need that adrenochrome. That's to keep them fucking alive. They need adrenalized youth blood. They're already popular. They're already normalizing it. It's a news reports now.
Yeah,
we have new reports that youth blood in older, patients are makes them feel younger and makes them look better. They always have to add that because people are like, oh shit, where can I get this baby blood? You know what I mean? But anyways, so it's always better, right, to get one of your minions to do something when he thinks he's doing the right thing. Because if he thinks he's doing something evil, some of those motherfuckers are their heart, because everyone's born with a good heart.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're gonna fucking turn on him.
Right.
They're gonna turn on him, right? So this is the process. The process is first, we got to get people into banding together against the bad guys. We need to raise all these people that want to be good guys and superheroes. They want to be like a superhero. They want to be like a policeman. They want to save the world. Everybody wants to save the world. My son wants to save the world. He loves Spider-Man and Batman. They got to get the bad guys. Got to get the bad guys. So once you raise people like that, it's way easier just to convince them that your enemies are the bad guys.
Yeah.
Than to tell them the whole fucking story.
I mean, dude, just
right?
look at Muslims, the way people go after Muslims and how, like, they're the bad guys, but we're bombing the fuck out of all of them.
Exactly. You know? And then we have a lot of soldiers out there going, fuck, we got to kill the bad guys. It's way more effective when the people doing your fighting and you're killing think they're doing the right thing.
Well, that's what they did with 9/11. How
kill
many
this
people?
motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know this motherfucker. He's
War
gonna
on
kill
drugs.
kids.
This
motherfucker. He rapes children. Kill him. Instead of like, listen, this motherfucker, he's gonna bust me for fucking children. You know, and you should kill him for me. You'd be like, fuck that. I should kill you, right?
Yeah.
Right? So superhero movies are to get everybody to want to be the hero and the good guy.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. And then you want to be the hero. Those are the bad guys over there. Right? Isn't that the most powerful way?
Remember
and now
when
they
we
got
didn't like
Avengers.
Russia, all the movies, the bad guys were Russians. When we didn't like Muslims, all the bad guys were Muslims.
Yep.
When they didn't want you to like black people, all the scary bad guys in TV shows were
Hip-hop.
black people. Now they want you to be mad at white guys, so all the bad guys on everything is white guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just it's
Yeah, when they control the media, they control who the bad guys are.
I mean,
and then
dude,
you're already a good guy.
We've
We're all
talked
good guys
about
trying to
this
do the good.
before.
We're trying to do the good thing, the right
World
thing.
War I, they found that people couldn't shoot guns. They wouldn't shoot and kill somebody. They just didn't have the heart to kill another man. So then they decided to show movies, guys shooting people all the time.
Yeah.
So the first time I ever saw a dead body, dude, I saw it once. There was a horrific car crash. This car had flipped over, and grandma had fallen out, and the car had fallen on her head.
I've seen the same thing, too.
It should have been traumatic to me.
It wasn't for me.
It wasn't at all. I'd seen dead bodies on TV before. I was just like, yep. And the guy was going to lift the car up to see if he could save her. And I'm like, I don't think you should do that right now, dude.
Dude, I'm at the point where I watch people getting hurt, and it's kind of get a giggle sometimes, depending on like how it is on those funny videos where like yell and stuff. Like I don't really see it like super bad, like what you're saying. I'm like, it just feels like whatever. I see it all the time.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
like
conditioning
people falling
you to
and
that,
shit, and all these
to,
injuries.
Being okay with this stuff. All this stuff with these teen trans kids is like, dude, I mean, like, I have no, listen, man, me and you maybe disagree on that. I don't care when someone turns 18. They want to be a trans. I don't give a shit, okay? But this kid,
Desmond,
who's 10, who we all know is being traumatized. Like, there's little things he shows you that you're like, oh, this guy's done. Like, when he made a joke about ketamine, he's like, and you're like, oh, why does a 10-year-old know what that is?
And why doesn't the, like, when he's on Ellen, they don't talk about that. They glorify him.
And why are these, listen, dude, if the kid wants to grow up, and like, if your kid, like, we had a friend who said for 2 days she wanted to be a cat. And she was a cat for 2 days. That's fine. But nobody's letting this kid go to a fucking bar and dance for men for dollars being a cat.
Yeah.
If a girl walked up in a fucking lingerie and was dancing on a pole, and guys were throwing dollar bills at it, would you be okay with that? And the answer is no, you wouldn't. But for some reason, the media lets this thing fly. And it's just like when I go to gay pride parades, because I live in LA, I've been to a ton of gay pride parades. I have no problems with them. They do whatever they want. But I see kids running around there right next to a dude who's got 1,000 rainbow dildos all over himself. I go, why is this okay? Would anyone be okay with a 10-year-old hanging out during Mardi Gras? No. During Vegas on fucking New Year's? No. There's rules against that.
Yeah.
Why is that okay?
I think it's I don't know, man. It seems like the plan. It seems like it is, but it's probably not the plan. It for sure isn't. But the left is acting like they want to destroy the Democratic Party. They want to destroy the left. I mean, it just seems like, what can we do to scare more people away to the right? What can we do? Let's promote a 10-year-old drag queen who's doing ketamine on YouTube. And they never talk about that part. They don't talk about the dark shit, like his dad or whoever that is, those guys raising him. Like
those aren't his dad. He's got a mom who's crazy and doesn't want to get a day job.
Well, he was on Good Morning America.
That's incredible. It's incredible.
Fucking
people like
dude, you can
brainwash
a kid into believing and doing anything. Trust me, I have a 6-year-old. I could get him to fucking doing. I got him to worship Bruce Lee like in 5 minutes. He's all about Bruce Lee. I got him into the Cleveland Browns right away. I do a little MK Ultra on him too. I'm like, he's like all about the Browns. He got into the Dodgers right away because his grandpa's into the Dodgers. He's full blown into the Dodgers.
I love the Dodgers.
You know what I mean? Like, kids are so easily influenced.
Yeah.
That's why there's all this program. Like dictators, rulers, tyrants, they've all known the way to ensure your dominance and your control is to capture the minds of the children and brainwash the fuck out of them. That's like building an empire 101. That's the first rule. Take control of the kids. That's it. Because in about 10 years, they're going to be your soldiers. And you want them fucking all in line. And think of, man, they really want kids to believe in fucking space, dude. They want kids to really, they got NASA fucking outfits for babies, dude.
I'm with you.
They get $18 billion a year.
Yeah.
And that's a year. So over the last,
some money.
Last decade, 100 billion, right? What have we gotten for that 100 billion? When you listen to them talk, it's funny. When you listen when they got they're pretending they're in the International Space Station, they'll always say, yeah, we're doing a lot of scientific studies up here that is going to help us, get further into space. They never talk about what they're doing, but they always say we're doing some important scientific research up here that's going to help us, propel the human race further and further into the solar system. They always say that shit, but they never say what the fuck they're doing. Oh, we're doing some important research.
How crazy is it that like every advance into everything, every technology is advanced except for the space shuttle. The space shuttle is the same space shuttle it's been for a fucking bazillion years.
They cut that space shuttle.
And how about this? How about the fact that China goes to space, goes to the moon, and sends an unmanned thing to the moon, which is
Have you seen that footage?
But listen,
have you seen that footage? It's worse than Tim and Eric.
If you could put people on the moon, China would have sent somebody to the moon because they don't give a fuck about Chinese. They'll throw 5 fucking Chinese dude in a rocket and have it explode, and they don't care because there's 2 billion of them.
Dude, watch the footage. China's pulling some bullshit too. They're all pulling bullshit.
They're being ran by the same.
Yeah, they're all pulling bullshit.
It's time for everyone's favorite moment. Here we go. This should be fun. The ultimate.
Aaron.
Don't be an idiot.
Hey, Ron. Well, you better be sick, dead, or mute. Hey, Ron. You done messed up, hey, Ron.
You filthy animal.
Aaron, thoughts?
Wow. Just wow.
Is that too much?
It's a lot, Eddie. It would take me a while to even try to.
I would like
hit every
one
point.
time, Aaron, for us to have a real sit down because, listen, I'm open to anything.
Yeah.
I mean, like when he said the dome thing on the guy who invented the NASA. I mean, that was kind of interesting, right?
No.
The Psalm?
No.
That it has to do with the dome?
The Bible can be interpreted so many different ways.
No, but that word is straight up
You,
what it,
you saw that the Google definition for firmament was not the same as the Bible's definition. So I mean,
but it's quoting the Bible version.
but that doesn't mean that's what he wanted.
He wanted the Google version. So.
Maybe.
Well, the
He probably invented
CIA
Google,
was
so-
invented by Nazis again.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, yeah. Because they were Nazis doesn't mean they're not
Did
smart.
you open your
It's-
mind to
it's
maybe
very
some of
strange.
the stuff? How about what he said about the stars? How come the stars are always in the same place, no
They
matter
are-
where we are in the universe?
They aren't. They move.
Okay.
No. They
Stars
do
move
move. No, they do move. They're rotating around us. They spin around Polaris. They do move. I did say that. But you still you see like the Big Dipper all year round.
Mm-hmm.
It moves. It moves in like a circle in the sky. It moves.
That's
it
an
does.
interesting-
But
It's so
it's still you
far-
could still see it.
It's so far away. It would
No, it doesn't matter.
It would
You
have
could
to be
only-
closer
it
for
doesn't-
it to be
No,
for it
he-
to go completely out of our sight.
He didn't understand my analogy of when you're on one side of the sun.
I understand your
you only
analogy,
could
and
see-
that's
you
your
could only-
analogy was actually very cool and interesting.
Oh,
I will- I
whoa,
will give you
dude, that's
that,
a
like-
big win,
that's-
dude.
that's a win.
big
Let's leave it at
win.
that. Let's leave
We're
it
gonna
at
leave
that.
it on that.
Long before the theory of gravity was a glimmer in Newton's imagination, the natural physics of density and buoyancy already perfectly explained why apples fall down. Quite simply, objects fall or rise based on their relative density to the medium surrounding them. Apples fall because they are denser than the air, while helium balloons rise because they are lighter. No gravity necessary. This is why raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through water. Everything seeks its relative density and rises or falls until settling accordingly. This is why a tiny pebble sinks to the bottom of the ocean, but gigantic cruise ships and aircraft carriers stay afloat on the surface, because even though a pebble is so small, its mass relative to its volume, its density, is more than water, so it sinks. And even though a cruise ship is so large, its mass relative to its volume is less than water, so it floats. If Newton's apple had landed in a puddle instead of on his head, he would have seen the apple only fell through the air because it was denser than the air, but then floated on top of the water because it was less dense than water. Have you ever noticed how it's easier to stay afloat with your lungs full of air than it is when they're empty? Submarines float on the surface when their ballast tanks are filled with air, but when the vents are opened and seawater floods in, they begin to sink as the submarine's density becomes greater than water. Depending what depth they wish to dive, sailors simply adjust the ratio of air and water in their tanks, and when ready to resurface, they blow compressed air into the tanks, forcing the seawater out, lowering the density, and thus causing them to rise back to the surface. We can also prove this fact of relative density by filling a balloon with approximately half helium and half air. Since helium is lighter than the oxygen, nitrogen, and other gases that compose the air around us, filling a balloon with just the right amount of helium to compensate for and balance out the density of the plastic results in a gravity-defying, levitating balloon at equilibrium that neither rises nor falls.
How is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold all the oceans, buildings, and people stuck to the underside of the ball Earth, but so weak that it allows birds, bugs, smoke, and balloons to casually evade its grips completely? How is it that gravity holds our bodies clung to the underside of a ball Earth, but yet we can easily raise our legs and arms, walk or jump, and feel no such constant downward pulling force? How is it that gravity can cause planets to revolve elliptical orbits around a single center of attraction? Ellipses by nature require two foci, and the force of gravitation would have to regularly increase and decrease to keep planets in constant orbit and prevent pulling them into direct collision courses. Einstein's theory of relativity and the entire heliocentric model of the universe hinge upon Newton's law of gravitation. Heliocentrists claim that the Sun is the most massive object in the heavens, more massive even than the Earth, and therefore the Earth and other planets, by law, are caught up in the Sun's gravity and forced to orbit perpetual circles and ellipses around it. They claim that gravity also somehow allows people, buildings, the oceans, and all of nature to exist on the underside of their ball Earth without falling off. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the Sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the Sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth while causing Earth itself to revolve ellipses around the Sun? The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which, by virtue of its mass alone, causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off and nothing sticks to or orbits around it. To claim the existence of a physical law without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. Newton also theorized, and it is now commonly taught, that the Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. If the moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter and the Earth 8,000 miles, however, using their own math and law, it follows that the Earth is 87 times more massive, and therefore the larger body should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. If the Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the moon in orbit, it is impossible for the moon's lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further outtrump the moon's. Not to mention the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and should therefore exert a uniform influence on the Earth's tides, when in actuality the Earth's tides vary greatly. Furthermore, if ocean tides are caused by moon's gravitation, how is it that lakes, ponds, and other smaller bodies of standing water remain outside the moon's grasp, while the gigantic oceans are so affected? Heliocentrists claim the ball Earth is perpetually spinning on its axis at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour, or 19 miles per second, and somehow people, animals, buildings, oceans, and other surface phenomena can stick to the underside of the spinning ball without falling or flying off. Take a ride on the Gravitron at your local amusement park, however, and notice how the faster it spins, the more you are pushed away from the center of spin, not towards it. Even if the centripetal, inward-pulling force of gravity did exist, which it does not, the centrifugal, outward-pushing force of the ball Earth's supposed 19-mile-per-second spin would also exist and have to be overcome, yet neither of these opposing forces have ever been shown to have any existence outside the imaginations of heliocentric scientists. Astronomers claim to have measured all the planets' distances, shapes, orbits, weights, relative positions, and times of revolution, all based on the law of gravitation, and without gravity, their entire cosmology folds under its own weight. Without gravity, people cannot stand upside down on a ball Earth. Without gravity, the Earth and planets cannot be revolving around the Sun. Without Newtonian gravitation, Einsteinian relativity, Copernican heliocentricity, and the entire Big Bang ball Earth mythos cannot exist and falls to pieces. Gravity, both metaphorically and quite literally, just does not hold any water, not as a sound theory of cosmology, and not as a law supposedly responsible for holding in the world's oceans. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply the natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets planets to orbit the sun. And people to stick to the Earth. Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on the spirit bar, makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Is Precious Metals not happening today, or did I miss it? Oh snap, hope that's not the case, Flatty. Hey Orion, did you do any flat smacking today?
Not yet, but I did last night.
Sweet.
Handed some cards out to some teenage boys. I think half of them went to the same high school I went to. I found them like, those 3 points, you know? And I think at least one of them, or actually a few of them, but especially one of them was like, I think they might actually do it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, now I was just debating in my mind whether or not to go down to Saturday Market in downtown Portland and like write, you know, the earth is flat with chalk everywhere. I think I might do it because there's like hundreds of people that do that one.
That's a great idea. Yeah, you should do it.
I think I might write Portland is flat.
Oscar, you asked the question, what are some of the easiest ways that you can prove that the Earth is round? Because apparently this is something that we're debating. I have no idea why. That's a hard thing for me to even start talking about because there are so many proofs that the Earth is round, it's difficult to know where to start. And it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. This is not a viable argument.
To begin with, if you truly believe the Earth to be a triangle or a dodecahedron, that is most certainly okay, and you're right to do so. We all have the right to our own thoughts, beliefs, experience, intuitions, and discernment, regardless of how common or widely accepted they are. Telling people up front that having an alternative perspective from yours is, quote, not okay, is incredibly narcissistic, abusive, and an attempt to infantilize the listener into accepting the fallacy of appeal to authority. It is absolutely okay to question the shape of the Earth. In fact, the scientific method itself requires constant questioning and experimentation to reach increasingly precise conclusions. Once a scientific postulate becomes solidified into an unquestionable dogma, it becomes religion, not science. And people demanding your allegiance to their dogma, like Michelle here, are acting far more like evangelical priests than true scientists. NASA themselves have already changed the alleged shape of the Earth thrice in their short history, first telling us we lived on a perfect sphere, then changing the shape into an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles, then changing again to a pear-shaped spheroid bulging out in the southern hemisphere.
I have friends who have been on the International Space Station. They have orbited the Earth once every 90 minutes. You know, I've had personal experience with people that have been up in space and can see with their own eyes that the Earth is round. And of course, we've taken all these amazing pictures from space. They're so beautiful, all those pictures of the Earth. So I don't really know what's going on right now with this Earth is flat thing.
Here, Michelle condescendingly delivers two more examples of sophistry, namely hearsay and another appeal to authority. Because she has some fellow Freemason Eastern Star actor-not friends who claim the Earth is a spinning ball, Michelle wants us to accept that kind of second-hand hearsay as scientific proof. Then she laughs and talks about pictures. Pictures like these, you mean? And these? Michelle was directly asked for scientific proofs of her claim, and the first two she gives are because other people say so, and because there's pictures. Well, Michelle, I know you already know this, but people can lie. Pictures can be faked, and neither of those are permissible as scientific evidence. So why are you dancing around the question with sophistry and condescension instead of just providing actual proof of your claim?
There are proofs all around you. It is not difficult to know that the Earth is round. In fact, people have known this for way more than 2,000 years. The ancient Greeks actually had a number of really elegant, wonderful proofs that the Earth was a sphere. One of the things you can see yourself with a pair of binoculars is if you actually go out to a lake and there are boats on that lake, the farther away a boat is, the more the bottom of the boat will disappear, and you'll basically just see the mast of the boat. And as a boat goes farther and farther away, the last thing you will see is the very top of the mast of that boat. And that's because the boat is actually going over the horizon that's curved.
So once she finally gets around to her three supposed scientific proofs of a ball Earth, they are all from ancient Greek astronomers who have been debunked since the time they were presented, even way back then. Her first is the dinosaur claim that ships disappearing beyond the horizon hull first somehow prove the Earth to be a globe. The fact of the matter is that the law of perspective on plane surfaces dictates and necessitates this occurrence. For example, a girl wearing a dress walking away towards the horizon will appear to sink into the Earth the farther away she walks. Her feet will disappear from view first, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of her dress will gradually diminish until after about half a mile, it seems like her dress is touching the ground as she walks on invisible legs. The same happens with cars speeding away. The axles gradually get lower, and the wheels vanish until it appears as if the car is gliding along its body. Such is the case on plane surfaces. The lowest parts of objects receding from a given point of observation necessarily disappear before the highest. Now, with modern telescopes and cameras, we can prove this as well by successfully zooming in on ships that have gone beyond the horizon and bringing them completely back into full view, hull and all.
Now, another way that you can tell that we're on a sphere is to think about how there's something called the tropics on the Earth. And the tropics are places near the equator of the Earth where sometimes the sun is overhead in the sky. And this was actually something that the Greeks used not only to prove that the Earth was round about 2,000 years ago, but they actually measured the circumference of the Earth accurate to within just a couple percent. There was a really brilliant Greek scientist called Eratosthenes. And Eratosthenes noticed that there was a town called Syene. And on a certain date, the sun would actually shine straight down to the bottom of a well. That meant the sun was directly overhead. You could look down a well and see the sun shining back at you. And on the very same date, farther away in the city of Alexandria, that didn't happen. The sun was not directly overhead. It was a slight angle. And all that Eratosthenes did was he measured the difference in the angle of the sun. And he rationed that that change in angle from one city to another was probably indicative of us being on a curved surface. So another really simple proof is that on any given date, at different cities and different places around the world, the sun is at different angles in the sky. That wouldn't happen if the Earth wasn't round.
For her second supposed proof, Michelle tells the story of Eratosthenes, who noted that at noon during the summer solstice in Syene, the sun cast no shadow, and the rays could reach straight to the bottom of his well. Yet meanwhile, in Alexandria, a vertically standing metal rod cast a significant shadow. By factoring the length of the shadow with his assumed distance to the sun, Eratosthenes recorded a measurement of Earth's circumference close to what heliocentrist astronomers still use today. The fact of the matter is, however, that Eratosthenes' calculations were made assuming the sun to be millions of miles away, so that its rays would fall perfectly parallel, even in points as divergent as Syene and Alexandria. This faulty assumed premise led to his faulty conclusion, which was eventually exposed upon the invention of the nautical sextant. Using sextants in plane trigonometry, by measuring the sun's angle at 2 points on Earth simultaneously and factoring their distance from each other, the Pythagorean theorem reveals both the height and dimensions of the sun. Using this method, the sun and moon have repeatedly been calculated to be approximately 32 miles in diameter, 3,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. High-altitude balloon footage has also filmed lighting hotspots on clouds, proving the sun to be local and acting as a spotlight, and not a burning ball of gas millions of miles away, as supposed by heliocentrists. After Eratosthenes, the globe-Earth theory completely disappeared from philosophical thought and recorded history for almost 2 millennia. Geocentric flat Earth cosmologies continued to reign supreme, with even Eratosthenes himself, touted as the father of geography, depicting the Earth as flat in his famous 194 BC map of the world.
Then there are some other proofs that are a little more obscure, but they're actually really lovely. And one is to observe what happens during a lunar eclipse. Now, a lunar eclipse happens when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon. What's happening in that case is that the sun is on one side of the Earth is in the middle, and it's casting a shadow. The Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. And as the shadow moves across the moon, you'll notice that the shadow is curved, it's round. So something like the sun that's bigger than the Earth and is able to cast a shadow of the Earth on the moon can actually show you the shape of the Earth.
Her final and most ridiculous supposed proof of the shape of the Earth beneath our feet is accomplished by looking at a light in the sky. That's right. When you ask scientists for empirical, measurable proof of the shape of the Earth beneath our feet, they inevitably turn their noses up to the sky and start talking about the shape of things up there. Imagine inviting a contractor over to your house to measure the dimensions of your floor, and he immediately gets out his tape measure and starts measuring all the recessed lights in the ceiling. To this day, heliocentrists still offer this argument as proof of a spherical Earth, claiming that during lunar eclipses, the sun, Earth, and moon align in a perfect 180-degree syzygy like 3 billiard balls, causing the sun to cast the Earth's shadow onto the moon. This clever but faulty assumption is rendered completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny the Elder, there are records of eclipses happening while both the sun and moon were visible in the sky, and continue to be recorded by the Royal Astronomical Society today. Obviously, if the sun and moon are both observable simultaneously during an eclipse, then they are not aligned in a 180-degree syzygy, and it is therefore impossible that the sun could be casting Earth's shadow on the moon. and some other explanation must be sought. Another explanation, in fact, already existed in many cultures around the world, who posited that a third celestial body, known as Rahu, or the Black Sun, also existed, equal in size to the sun and moon. This translucent dark body passed affront the sun and moon during eclipses, causing their lights to dim. But regardless of what causes the moon's lights to dim during lunar eclipses, it has absolutely nothing to do with offering scientific proof of the shape of the Earth.
So people have known that the Earth is spherical for thousands of years. It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time. I actually said this to somebody. I couldn't believe they'd never thought of it. That, you know, with binoculars, you can see planets. You can see Saturn and Jupiter. You can see Mars with a telescope, the sun, the moon. Everything else you see in the solar system is a sphere. So we're the one thing that is different. You know, and that actually made somebody who was more interested in actually hearing information. That actually got them to think. They were like, "You're right. You know, everything else we take a picture of is a sphere."
And again with the appeal to the sky fallacy. The only place we see spheres in the sky is NASA's CGI photos and videos. When amateur astronomers photograph and record the stars and planets, here is what we see. Are these spheres? Are these spheres? And even if they were spheres, what on earth does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Why on earth would you think the Earth is a planet?
Indeed, what on earth makes you think it's a planet?
Why on earth would you think you're spinning right now?
There's no reason for it. Honestly, man, I wouldn't even like it if I were spinning, you know? Everything would be way harder.
Yeah, I don't know. These days, I kind of almost wish the Earth was a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, just so that I'm not, you know, in a drastic minority by default, which is kind of the story of my life up to this point in time anyway.
I didn't hear any of that, dude. I'm so sorry. My volume thing was down.
I'm just saying, like, you know, sometimes I wish the Earth was a planet spinning in the vacuum of space, just so that we wouldn't be right and everyone else would be wrong. We would all be right.
Yeah. Because we're not part of a club. This isn't like to make ourselves feel better. This is serious stuff. This is truth. So yeah, we wouldn't be here. Unfortunately, so much about all of our relationships would probably not have come to pass had Earth been a globe this whole time. It's ironic.
Yeah, there is that one factor that I really like, which is you can use it to see someone's true colors and their true intelligence, whether they have true intelligence or not. Just tell them the Earth is flat and gauge their reaction.
Yep.
IQ test be damned.
Do what?
I was saying IQ test to be damned.
Oh, be damned.
You know, who the hell needs an IQ test? Just tell them the Earth is flat and see what the reaction is.
Well, and it's funny because it's dumb shits telling us our intelligence quota. I mean, again, talk about ironic.
Oh, yeah, that happens with everything. You know, I mean, like, you know, you can talk about gun statistics, you know, and rational behavior and be like, you know, I don't know. Some people are just, you know, they're like, oh, there's no such thing as a responsible citizen with a gun. Everyone must be disarmed except the police, you know, or something like that. I don't know. People say a lot of silly things about a lot of stuff, you know. Doesn't make sense.
I mean, it's an appeal to authority or the strength in numbers, or, you know, like with police, it's like, yeah, well, those might have been the beer chugging high school bullies, but now they're using their anger productively. It's like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh yeah, hey, I don't mean to like move the topic to guns, but I just have this story I just want to say. So I mentioned it on here just a little while ago that, you know, about a year ago or so, I bought my best friend a Glock, a gun. You know, I went right to the gun store with him, threw down the cash, got him a gun. There was a lot of different reasons why. I mean, he's my best friend. I just prefer him to have a gun. Also, I mean, what originally sparked the idea in my mind is that we're camping buddies. So we went on a couple camping trips together. I was planning to bring my gun on the next camping trip, but I thought it was just kind of weird us going on a camping trip together and just me being armed, but him not being armed. So I was like, you want me to buy you a gun? And he's like, sure, okay. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to buy you a gun. And we'll both go camping. We'll both have guns, you know. And so, like, but the thing is, he goes and gets his concealed weapons permit and a holster, and he starts using the concealed weapons permit a lot more than I do, because I just don't like carrying like heavy pieces of metal with me places, even though sometimes I feel like I should, you know. But he doesn't mind it at all. In fact, for him, it's actually kind of a fashion statement. Like he actually tries to make it as fashionable as he can.
It's a douchebag.
In his own kind of funny way. But anyway, this is the story. So he's working on this this box truck of his that he owns, and he's like pulling up to it in his regular car, and there's this guy, we call him here in Portland, we call him the Spandex Mafia, which is these people that ride bicycles that like to pretend that they own the road and everyone's inferior to them.
For sure.
You know? And so total like
gamma move.
He doesn't really cut him off, but I guess he like comes to a stop sign and like something happens in the intersection where this guy thinks he cut him off, even though he didn't, whatever. You know, and so, but it's right next to where he's about to start working on his box truck. So he parks his car and goes over and starts moving stuff around. And so this guy, he goes down the street like 6 cars down or something, and he parks his bike and he starts walking towards him in a menacing way. And my friend, he's like turning around and glancing at him, and he sees him, and he's like this big, strong guy walking at him in an angry way, in a very menacing way. And he turns around and starts moving a box around out of his car or whatever. And he's like thinking to himself, like, oh, well, I guess I'm not too worried because I have the gun or whatever on me, so whatever. But he's not facing him. But as he turns around and leans over to pick up a box, his shirt goes up, and he has his Glock in his back. Like, it's not on his side or his front. It's holstered, you know, on his back waist.
Okay.
And so as he's leaning over, you know, it's clear that he's armed, you know, as he's leaning over to pick up the box. And then a few seconds later, as he turns to look down the sidewalk again to look at the guy walking towards him, he's walking the other direction, you know?
Well, I mean, he could have gotten in a fight with a gay biker or worse. So, you know, it ended up everybody had a lucky time there. I just think carrying a gun around in public is mostly a bad idea. Just because I don't know. It's just it depends where you are, but I don't know, man. You're usually not going to need a fucking gun in life.
Oh yeah, usually not. But it's one of those things where you'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
That's true.
I just gotta say, like, I'm just like, I'll be honest. This one story, like that one moment of that one day, like I seriously think it was worth buying him that gun just for that, just
maybe
for that.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, yeah, that dude, like I'd say to him, like, yeah, keep walking, keep walking.
Yeah, listen, where I live, I don't need anything like that, right? But if you're living in a city and you got to protect yourself somehow, there's might as well. So, but that's my feeling.
This is, I think, a perfect example of the fact that an armed society is a polite society. Typically, people don't like to, try to be menacing or intimidating to people that they know are fully armed. Typically, people don't try to pick fist fights with people they know are fully armed. But even this basic logic is just light years, excuse the pun, beyond most leftists and most Globers. And he did it. The funny thing is the way he said it to me is he said he did it on accident. He said he like, I can't remember the words he said, but he said he showed off his gun on accident, or what words he said. But the point is, he didn't even mean to do that. Like he didn't even mean to lean over and let the handle of his Glock be exposed to the sunlight, for everyone to see. Like he wasn't even meaning to do that. But I'm glad he did. And it's particularly appropriate that that friend of mine is armed, because he no longer lives in the same neighborhood I do. He lives in the very middle of an industrial district in Portland. So, yeah, it's a good thing he has that.
I tell you what, smoking gun is at curvature. We ain't find none.
I like the way you're licking your lips. No curvature to be found.
No curvature. Okay, so check it out. No, you're good. In my server, I'm arguing with a dude, Negator or Negator. And this is, so check live stream voice text. He said he's got videos of laser stuff, surveying stuff. And he shows me a video that's like camera work and pictures and video and stuff, and which is fine, but I need something simpler, and it is something simpler that is okay to use as completely viable evidence, and that's a laser pointing at a target. So he shows me a bunch of shit, explains it, I said, got it. And I said, do you have a laser pointing at a target in any of your videos? And he admits, no. So we got a Glober saying, I don't have a laser pointing at a target. Sorry. Like, what the fuck, guys? Could you pick up any less fingers and work at this? Whew.
Yikes, indeed.
I mean, come on. And I'll post the video he shared too, just for fun. It is wildly assumptive. I think that's a word, assumptive.
Yeah, I see it.
Luckily, that is, yes, a word. All right, let me get this vid. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I was doing things. We are remodeling the house, so to speak. All right, check the live stream voice text right now. It says using auto level to measure Earth surface drop on a turning torso. Now that's the turning torso, the thing upon which the auto level is sitting. So take a look at that video. Notice a lot of things, but overall notice that there's no laser pointing at a target. Same height, observer height, same height from the shore, from the water, everything from point to point, A to B. It doesn't show that. There's just a lot of other tricky kind of sidestepping, the issue. Because in my opinion, check this out. Lasers from A to B, line of sight, are better than the Black Swan. Yep, I just said it. Lasers from A to B are better than the Black Swan observation. And if you got both, oy vey. The Globers will still, they'll come at you and say, well, did you take refraction into account? Well, yes, we did, and so did you, so now we're back at square one. Uh-oh. Where's your laser from A to B? Where's it at, guys?
Yeah. But what's the distance in the video?
I don't know. You'll have to watch it from start to finish. I can't really explain it. I don't want to do the video maker an injustice to try to sum up his video. So take a look. Livestream voice text. Matthias KP on YouTube says, using auto level to measure Earth surface drop on turning torso auto level.
Are these equipments even used for long distance observations, though?
I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest.
I think they got issues the further you look out with it.
Well, right. Here's the deal. If a laser points from A to B, that means that something is pointing from A to B, you get line of sight. The rest of this stuff is optics tricks if you haven't done the laser thing, right? And I hate to beat a dead horse, but seriously, lasers are the only way. They don't lie. They can sit here and argue optics and refraction and diffraction and whatever with stuff like this. You know, they don't have the line of sight, so they don't have. Sorry, we have line of sight, so they don't have curvature.
So does the outer level adjust for everything? Refraction, water undulation, atmospheric lensing.
Probably not. I mean, just in the thumbnail there, we've got a blurry picture. And while that's all we have with the Black Swan, at least the picture, and then you see video in this video, like I said, man, all this stuff can be argued for days and days and days. Give me A to B laser test that shows bendy water. I want to see it. I want to see drop over distance on the ocean. You know what I mean? Oh, and then one more thing they say, oh, look at the Lake Pontchartrain things. A couple miles right out there. Oh, look, Earth curvature. Yeah, that's some mighty local Earth curvature given a 3959 radius, folks. Mighty local. Because then all you got to do is go way high up, not even that high up, but then keep going. And all of a sudden, that near to far curvature that you were talking about disappears. Now you can see everything more and more as you go up. Uh-oh. So yeah, take a look at that. I'll be right back.
There's no point A to B experiment in this video. However, he's using the height of turning torso to measure the drop.
And I love his cartoon, but that's not an actual photo of the building he's using to the left.
So he's saying he could measure a drop close to 8 inches per mile squared. So that's basically numbers from the
Metabunk Earth curve calculator, I do believe.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, like from the theodolite.
Oh, sure. Listen, I got to go take care of some more stuff, but I figured you guys might find that interesting. Meat to pick apart, you feel me?
Yeah, definitely.
or somebody play? If he's not near his mic, mic's not working. One of the two. Glad Flobe thinks he lives on a spinning ball that exists in nothing. Is that correct? Glad Flobe. Oh for 2. In Canada, Kiwi currently is under the impression that he lives on a ball that spins and exists in nothing.
Hell no, you crazy? You need to check yourself at the door. That ain't truth. I observe level. I build level. I observe level. Any body of water is the Earth's level. It tells us that the plane that it sits upon is level. Damn it, there ain't no balls. There ain't no spinning. No, no, no.
I'll apologize, Kiwi. I must have gotten some wrong information about you. Sorry.
It's okay, dude. I love you same way.
But Glad Flobe and Quetzalcoatl are sus because they didn't answer. So I don't know. I'm just joking. Can anybody play music or anything, or we just gonna sit here with dead air? I got nothing to say. I need Earth curvature verified. We all know where that question leads. So anything else, I would be bullshitting and making stuff up. I don't like doing that. Plus, I'm probably robot right now, so I'll shut up.
No, you're all muted. That's crazy.
Uh-oh, I just broke the craziness with my craziness. Now what?
Okay. Well, never mind.
Hi.
What's up?
Akachi.
Yeah.
I'll bet that's anime.
It's actually not. It sounds like it, but it's not.
Okay, correct me.
From the Igbo language of Nigeria, it means the hand of God.
So much cooler than anime. So much cooler.
Yeah, I'm Nigerian, so I don't speak fluent Igbo, but I do know a few words here and there, phrases.
Well, you are by far the coolest between the two of us, you and me. So, right the fuck on.
Oh, there we go.
What brings you into the old server today? I see you're VC verified.
Yeah, every once in a while I come back to check in, see what everyone's doing.
Well, we're still looking for that Earth curvature.
Yeah, I'm sure. You're never going to find it.
That's correct. But, I love to ask people when they say they can find some.
Right, yeah.
It's a sick pleasure. A little morbid curiosity at this point.
Yeah, I feel like it's just like, people come in, and the people that come in, they kind of go out of their way, because it's like if you don't believe and you end up here, you're kind of looking for something,
Yep. And we're all looking for something in this life, aren't we? But the problem with the heliocentric narrative is that, people crave the comfort of certainty, right? So when scientists claim that they're certain about something, let alone everything, why? It means I don't have to do any work. I can just take their word for it and move on, especially because if it puts me in the big group, the popular kids, right?
Yeah, no one wants to stick out, right?
Nobody. Sore thumb, right? Sore thumb. Who wants to be a sore thumb? Well, I do.
Yeah.
Because I don't give a fuck how sore my thumb gets and how thick it gets and how much it gets in your way, your little personal bubble.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the truth. And plus, I feel like once you really get into the scriptures of the Bible, you start seeing the obviousness of it,
I agree that the Bible talks about things that correlate and sound like they may be talking about at least a stationary Earth, and maybe with the word face of the deep, I guess. But these are leaps in logic, and I myself am agnostic. So, God or not, Earth measures flat, and that's kind of where I sit.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. I think you're like the first agnostic person I've met that believes in flat Earth.
Well, I don't believe in flat Earth, and I also, don't believe in the deity situation.
Wait, so this is a flat Earth channel? I'm confused.
Right, I don't believe in flat Earth. I know it. I know that the Earth measures against the globe math, at the very least against the globe math. Now, it might be so much bigger than we could ever, imagine, which wouldn't make sense anyway, but there's a finite amount of miles that is claimed to be the radius and circumference and other such nonsense.
Wait, so you believe that this place was created or no?
No, I don't. I have no way to prove that. I'm not going to be arrogant enough to say one way or the other on that.
Okay. And
there's not enough information here for that.
Do you believe there's a dome above us?
I wouldn't use the term dome. I know that we're contained because you can't have gas pressure without a container, and we live within gas pressure. That's why anything exists here is because of air and gas pressure systems.
So what do you believe is up there?
I don't know. I don't try to use the word belief too often because that gives way to irresponsible leaps of logic. I don't want to come to conclusions that aren't backed by empirical things that I can go and touch and see and smell and measure and
Okay, so but you think that at the end of like Antarctica, it keeps going, or do you think it doesn't?
I don't make any claims about Antarctica, one way or the other. I have no idea to know any of that shit. I don't even bring up the Antarctic Treaty because I haven't read it. You feel me? So I'm not going to say one way or the other on Antarctica.
Because I'm trying to understand the model that you follow, right? Did you say
don't have a model?
Did you say there's a A finite amount of miles?
Finite. Sorry, I'm interrupting a lot. Finite amount of miles in the globe narrative.
Okay. So in the flat Earth narrative, you believe there's not a finite?
Okay, so there's no flat Earth narrative, and it's not that I believe; it's that the empirical evidence presented by reality demonstrates that the Earth is not a globe with 25,000 miles circumference and 3959 radius.
Okay, so what word do you want me to use instead of believe so we can stop doing that?
You could say no. You could say understand.
Does think? Does that work?
I don't just think it.
To know something is to be thinking about it, right?
Well, sure. I mean, I think about it, yeah, but it's not merely that I think something. It's not individual to my thought process. It just is what it is. It's reality.
So can I say in your mind?
No.
Is that okay? This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because it's ridiculous. I'll tell you why it's ridiculous. Because I'm focusing on having a conversation while you're kind of arguing semantics, right?
I don't want to argue semantics. I'm just letting you know about certain things. How hyper specific, at least I am about this. I'm not going to claim anything.
I understand, but here's the thing, right? Like, I get that I get that, but that's not the focus of the conversation. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's up in the air. I'm just trying to get to the point where I understand what's your system of thought, right?
Okay, come with me on this journey. Come with me on this journey. Every time the word belief or believe is used, it's a point against us. On a live stream, it's sloppy. Now, we can talk about all kinds of things where, those that would have us be ruined and fail at what we're trying to do can't hear us, right? But every time you say belief, it goes against at least what I've been trying to do here. So the 3 points: where's the curvature, how'd they get it, where's the rotation of the Earth, how'd they get it, can you have gas pressure without a container? Those things are questions that need answered because the globe narrative can't answer those, but we do experience the lack of rotation. We experience that it's flat and not measured curved, and we experience gas pressure only with containment. That's the only way it can happen.
So there is finite amount of miles on this Earth, or there's not?
Well, I mean, I'll put it to you like this. It's contained, okay, but I have never seen the walls of that container, so I'm kind of in the middle on that.
Okay. Because the reason I'm asking is because with the flat Earth design, right, it would seem to me and to many others that it's so obvious that it's a created structure.
How is that obvious to you?
Because the fact that there's a covering above us, and the fact that the sun, the moon, all these things are local.
So you had a little chat with the creator and was like, "Hey, what about the dome?" And the creator's like, "Yep, that was me."
Through the scriptures, yes. And
no, that's just paper, stories on paper, and then translated throughout time over and over and over. I mean, you copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, right?
The creator did come to the earth, so that's out of the window.
How do you know that?
Through Christ. You don't believe
How
Christ
do you know
came?
that?
Do you not believe Christ came?
I don't believe words that were written before I was born.
So you believe no one existed prior to you?
I have no way to prove or disprove that.
So you have no proof to prove that Christ didn't come, right?
I don't believe anything about that because I have no way to verify it myself.
Okay, so then if someone did know that he came, how could you tell them that he didn't come, right?
I guess if they knew him personally, that'd be about, because we need firsthand, not anything else. Secondhand plus is sloppy. It's not.
It's not sloppy though, because literally any historical figure that you haven't met, you would have to rely on some source to know they existed.
Why would I even need to say that they existed in the first place unless I had met them, and then I would say I knew them because I knew they existed? Do you understand?
No,
I don't need to say whether or not China exists. So if because I've never been to China, I am so stupid that I say I don't know if it exists or not. That's actually me just being hyper-specific.
I'm simply saying this because China exists today, right? But I'm specifically talking
Everybody
about
says China exists. Yes, I've never been though, so I can't say.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
I understand. But do you believe that any historical figure exists? Which ones do you believe exist?
I don't really even think about it, man.
So you, in your mind, you do not believe any historical figure ever, and that could be someone just from down your street that died 40 years ago. No one exists prior to you.
I'm not saying that at all either. It's a blanket statement. You think that I'm saying
I'm asking you. So who exists prior to you? Who?
I don't know. I'm not. See, that's the thing. I'm not going to make a claim either way. Do you see what that means? I'm not going to claim anything because I don't know it.
Okay, this is a weird conversation.
Oh my god. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Everybody
because
hates me because of this.
you have to know someone existed.
How about we
but
just
see, I don't
get back
quote
to
anybody.
the flat Earth? I don't
Yeah,
know.
that'd be great.
Hi guys.
But that's more like a philosophical thing. Sorry,
It's not even it's just common sense. Like humans existed prior to this man.
Yeah, but like you guys are going down this weird trail. Like that's just it.
Because I
Let's
can't
just
say
keep it flat
believe.
Earth.
Let's go back to flat Earth.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna agree or disagree with either of you. I'm just saying, like, let's try to keep it flat Earth or globe Earth related.
I was trying to keep it there as it being a creation, right? The flat Earth.
But that's not what we talk about here. So, Victor, how's it going, buddy?
You don't talk about the flat Earth being a creation.
Yeah,
really.
What about
I've been here. I've been here for over a year.
Oh, it's allowed. A lot of people talk about it, but it's certainly not the topic.
The flat Earth being a creation. That's not a topic here.
It measures flat regardless. Can we talk about that?
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
So I got you. Are you a flat earther or a globe?
Yes. I believe I am. Yes.
A flat earther.
What? Yes, I'm a flat earther. It's obvious it's a creation. How could it randomly come about? A random dome just popped up? That makes no sense.
No, yeah, it makes sense because it for the gas pressure and the atmosphere. So when you are cooking, you put I don't know. It's impossible to have a gas pressure.
No,
gas
Victor.
is added to the earth. I don't know what
He's
you
talking
mean.
about. Yeah, no, he's not talking about. There's no dome or firmament or a type of container. He's just asking like, there's no way for a flat Earth to come about with without a creator. So, like Akachi, I knew you as Naija or something like that before.
Yeah.
So yeah, welcome back. And yeah, like again, when you start going down that route of conversation, it gets religious, and as long as we agree that the Earth measures flat on the surface, and I mean, there's like a lot of speculations and things that are not verifiable that you can talk about that could lead us into like again a philosophical or religious conversation, and it could get intense in here. That's why we try to kind of just keep it scientific, anything you could prove, evidence based, those type of conversations. But like you could definitely bring up the creator related to flat Earth in some way, as long as you don't stay on it too long.
Yeah, and I think it's important because the flat Earth topic is related to religion, for example, the Jesuits or something like that. So I think it's important to keep in mind the religion when we are talking about the flat Earth. No.
Yeah, I just genuinely want to understand how could the flat Earth model, as some we debate about how it exactly looks, but basically we say it's a flat rock with a dome over it. How could you possibly believe that just randomly happened? Because the sun, the moon, the stars, everything's here, right?
Yeah, I know that is you'd have to take it down to like religious studies channel or something. There's a religion / spirituality.
Even if we're not even talking about religion. Let's put religion
No, I get that. I don't know, like that's their beliefs. I can't really comment on it. But
Flobe, he can explain how this structure. Like we could just leave Jesus out of it, right? And just talk about the structure. Like how did this structure get here? No religion.
Yeah, if you want to talk about it, glad. Like if you have an explanation that you came to,
I don't have an
that'd be interesting.
explanation because I never saw it built. I don't know what built it, if it was even built in the first place. It just exists there, and all it does for me, and it's not a dome, it creates gas pressure because there's a containment there. I can't even see the containment, neither can you. So but it's there. Has nothing to do with religion, God, nothing.
Right, okay.
And for Akachi's question, I don't have an answer. But if you ask me if God exists or not, I will answer yes. But it's not a scientific answer, obviously.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe it's not the channel, or maybe
No,
we don't have. We can talk. We can talk a lot about it. We can talk a lot about God, but.
We don't have to talk about religion, but just imagine seeing a Buick in a parking lot and then just being like, oh yeah, it's just there.
Are we talking about Buicks or gas pressure? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Because it's like, because the Buick is a structure in itself, I guess you could call it, right? And it's just so
It's an
obvious.
invention.
Okay, an invention, right? And it's like,
man-made
imagine
invention.
people standing around the Buick and they're all, yeah.
So are you saying that our container is a man-made invention as well? Or I'm not sure the parallel you're drawing.
It's a creation is what it is. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something, Glad?
Yeah.
Like, do you believe in cause and effect?
Yeah, I do.
So
I don't
do you
believe in it. I
think
watch it
that-
happen.
Yeah, okay. Do you think that we are a sort of effect?
No idea.
What do you mean, no idea? Like, do you have? I know, but us being here, existing at this moment, is that an effect?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Because I don't know the cause.
okay.
So if I don't know the cause, then I
No,
don't know
no,
that
that's
it's an
not.
effect.
I'm not asking you to know the cause. I'm just saying
You're
if there is
presupposing a cause by saying effect. So I don't know any of that. I just know that I'm here. I don't know what caused it.
you being here, is that an effect?
That's the most scientific.
No, because that
answer.
presupposes a cause, which I can't say.
Didn't your mom and dad have sex?
That
Well,
doesn't
I mean,
make sense to me. But
that's
hey,
within this realm how people reproduce people. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the creator.
So then you're the effect of a cause, right?
Oh yeah, sure. Mom and dad having sex. Yep, that's the cause. You got it.
Okay, awesome. So like, I'm
Still
saying like
nothing
I
to do
get.
with God.
Yeah, sure, whatever. What I'm saying is, if you take that logic all the way back to whoever your mom's mom and dad, and then so on and so on, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't
Do you
mean
believe that happened? No, hold on.
So
Hold on. I'm not done. You keep interrupting. You keep interrupting me. Let me finish my question first, bro.
Diluted. Okay, go ahead.
That's fine. I'm the deluded one here. Okay. So if you take that logic, right, and like your ancestors, do you believe you have ancestors?
Right. You go all the way back, and then what?
I'm asking you. Do you believe that?
Of course, people in my family were born before me, and so far, and then.
Well, I think
so on and so on
where
and
you're
so on.
going with this.
No, okay. If you can't follow that logic, bro, I can't help you. I'm trying to
Where are
see
you
like.
going with it? Of course, I follow it. I'm ahead of you on this. I'm steps ahead. Can you tell me where you're going?
Okay, all right. If you would stop interrupting me, I'll tell you. So, like, who were the first, or like, what is your view on your ancestors, your ancestral comings about?
No clue. I wouldn't be arrogant enough to say that I was, that I know what happened way back then. No idea.
Okay, but was there a certain cause that led them to you?
What, like something made my body, and then my body, like multiplied itself here? I don't get it. I don't know what you're trying to say. You're saying that you know that something sat there and created a human being. You know.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Those words didn't come out. I'm trying to understand your view. Listen, don't get
Let me
frustrated,
know if you
bro.
want
I'm
to talk
trying to
about flat
understand.
Earth or not. This is ridiculous.
Okay, that's why I try to get you. I try to get you.
Cannot involve belief in this discussion, you fucking morons.
We're talking about flat
Whoa,
Earth.
chill, bro. You do not need to get upset about this. Like, this is just a conversation.
He's soft. I knew it right when he was talking about.
Isn't creation itself kind of like a hen versus egg dilemma?
Can you mic check? Can you hear me?
You're kind of low, Wolfgang. Everybody just be quiet.
Alright.
Yeah, guys, Galat, you need to chill a bit, bro. It's getting a little bit passive aggressive. If you don't want to talk about it, just be like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. But you need to chill out because it's not good listening. So if you doesn't want to have the conversation, maybe don't push it, but you gotta be chill.
All right, for sure. So, one thing I wanted to say, Luca, with what you were saying about like the ancestors coming about and such, that would also lead back to, okay, if everything here, right, had something that brought it about, then what brought about the thing that we're inside of? Because if you look at the dirt, oh, the dirt came from this, humans came from this, ants came from this. Okay, the one thing that we haven't talked about is the globe itself. What did that come from? Because everything else came from something, right?
Well, yeah, that's why I kind of just wanted to ask about cause and effect. Is like, yeah, we see effects happening all the time. So to deny there is an effect, us as an existent being an effect, I don't care if you say the cause is like evolution, Big Bang, whatever you want to ascribe to, that's fine with me. But to deny there is a cause and effect happening in this reality is just, it is what it is. Like, that's your belief. I'm cool with it. We can talk about it calmly. No need to, name call or whatnot. So, yeah, and I do agree with you, bro. Earth measures flat, and that is the main thing we're here to talk about. So let's get back to that.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely in agreement with that. It's just it's crazy to me that we harp ourselves on being like these open-minded people who look at real science, but then when we get to the hard question of, okay, what is this place? I've seen it happen before, and then people get mad. It's like, it makes no sense to me. And I think that's part of the reason I like stopped coming to this room, because anytime that like I tried to get to the origin of what this thing is, it's like just the anger. And that's what led me to changing my name. I actually had to make like a whole request to get back into the room, because I swear we talked about religion before and like everyone just spazzed out. And it's like, okay, if we really believe this is like a big dome place that we're living under, like, why are we afraid to talk about how it got here? Like, why is that so hurtful to people?
I don't think it's a question of hurtful to people. I think it's a question of you have to respect where a man is at. Now, again, I'm not going to ever come from a standpoint where I'm going to attempt to beat any idea of creation or evolution down a man's throat. He can observe as he chooses to. I think commonality, respect is what separates us from the orangutans of this world. I don't think that you should, and I say this respectfully, of course, Akashi, I don't think we should ever look to disengage to cutting off our nose to spite our faces. It's something that we can respect one another and engage accordingly.
Right.
But who said that there is a dome?
I said dome. I said dome. Whatever you want to call it. I just call it a dome.
Yeah, okay, but let's say pyramidical container.
Okay, like it could be the shape of a spoon. I just call it like what it like, just dome, because it's just the thing over us, right?
Yeah, but dome.
Sasha, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to say for Naija, if like the reason things always get intense in here is because it's the live stream. We don't want to talk about certain topics here because it does get intense and it does get emotional or whatever. So if you ever feel like you need to talk about certain speculations about the Earth, how it came about, the creator, all that, we have plenty of channels here, and we try to keep it just evidence-based, scientific type of topics here. And yeah, sometimes if there are no globers or if everybody's calm, we could engage in those conversations without any problems. But if you do ever feel like you need to talk about those, just take it to another room.
Right. I mean, I'm completely fine not bringing up religion at all, but it's like, there's certain parameters of talking about the Earth where it like, you can't really talk about it without someone like for example, if I'm talking about for example, like what's outside of the dome or whatever you want to call it, or why is the dome here? Questions that if someone believed there was another reason for it rather than a religious reason, they still could talk about, like, even things like that, which are good questions. I don't think it necessarily has to be brought to a religious chat. I remember I talked to someone here who they believed that how did they say that? They said like it's always been here or something, like this earth has just always been here or something. I was like, all right, sure, but I mean, I don't believe that, but if that's what someone believes, sure, I mean, they can have that belief.
Yeah, and again, I don't have a problem with people talking about that stuff either, but I'm just saying if it ever gets intense, just take it to another room so that it doesn't escalate to the point where people are being muted or getting banned or whatever, so.
Right, facts. That's for sure.
Sorry, Sasha, go ahead and finish what you were going to say.
Well, I lost it.
No, you were talking about the dome.
Yeah,
right?
but yeah, doesn't matter in this sense. For me, you can speak whatever you want. Yeah,
okay.
Because other people did in the same way. Then people say we are only speaking about scientific. That's also not true. But okay, we trying to be in that context, but somehow we are going out from that context also. But doesn't matter. On the end, we will point it out that the most important things like curvature and rotation and of course, and also gas pressure without container. But speaking about dome, we can speak about that. But is it dome? Is it circle? Is it pyramid? Is it really closed totally? Is it we cannot know that. We can only assume everything.
Yeah, the reason I would probably say dome shape is because if the land is flat, right, and then we look at the sky above us and like see how it stretches out above us, it does seem that it's in a dome shape, right, rather than being, say, in like a hourglass shape or a pyramid shape. Like, just from my observing it, it seems like it's a dome over some flat ground.
Yeah. From observing, I agree with you. I can say also, but you cannot know which mechanism it's from outside or whatever. How it's all this working, Could be pyramid.
I guess from outside there could be other pieces and such that doesn't make it a dome.
Yeah, and I can agree with you. If you look in ancient drawings, you can find.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, but that also not telling. I could say why they drove that. They didn't have even rockets or whatever.
Right.
Like, or we think they didn't have it anything.
Oh yeah, or that, right? Yeah, you could. There's people that theorize about that, like ancient Earth technology and stuff.
Yeah, because for example, can you imagine that ancient culture, let's say 3,000 years ago, had the smartphones?
Yeah. No, I think there was like a discovery of like a.
But
it seemed like a computer or something.
But let's say the same one, this one, what we have now. Look, these mobile phones. How we can know that they had that, but you cannot keep a mobile phone 3,000 years to show like a evidence. Look, we had this. We find the mobile phone after 3,000 years.
Right, like it disintegrates and such.
Yeah. It's.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. It's very interesting to say. I mean, it's just one of those things. I guess you have to. You just have to try to use the best logic you possibly can.
But still, it's outside of our perception. That's the problem.
Yeah, for sure.
Even we got that from the gas pressure. Only from that definition we got that container. We didn't get that container physically anywhere.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. You're saying we know there's some type of container because what's inside, right?
Yeah. But we still don't know the mechanism. I can say it's 100% closed system, but maybe I will say 99 because that one I will leave for. I don't know how mechanism work outside.
Like,
Maybe.
what if it? Well,
Yeah, maybe
we
it's
assume that there's a gas container, right? Because there's gas here. But what if just the gas kept going forever? There'd be no need for a container.
Well, I don't know if that's happening, but yeah.
It's not. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, for example, because we kind of.
If you don't have vacuum, you can then say there is a space, and gases don't go anywhere because they cannot go anywhere. But we have gas pressure. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you're talking about. Because I mean, to me, like me personally, like I am in the realm of believing that there is a dome above us, and that there is a finite amount of miles. So I mean, that's the scope I'm working under. But I do understand, like, with the things we do know, I guess you could suppose that it's different as well. Because none of us has been there, right?
Yeah, that will be always problem.
Yeah.
Or it will not be if we start to explore or whatever. If somebody release that Antarctica, maybe then.
Yeah. But there's also what I would like to say is probability, right? Because it's like, since we've had over history so many people saying the world is a certain amount of, like a certain way, it also points to, and this was like prior to a time where you couldn't explore certain areas, right? It also like lends to a higher probability of the Earth being a certain way, since we had so many different cultures, like prior to the time of everyone being interconnected in agreement of the Earth being a certain shape with a dome and everything. It lends to a higher probability of that being the truth,
Oh yeah.
And guys, you were talking about the dome and the gas pressure. So I forgot to say that, for example, when you are cooking, you use a pot or a casserole. I think it's correct. And don't let the gases going out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it would be the same in the Earth. So we can experiment or with the same, and if we can't do the Earth globe model in tiny size, maybe it's because it's impossible. Just that.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like the gases from the pot reaching the top of the cover.
The top, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, experiment is empirism. I don't know.
Yeah, small scale models tend to be very effective, when trying to figure out things like this.
Yeah, that's why, because when we are talking about the universe or the space, we use our imagination, because we can't put water around a bowl and attract gas with gravity. We can't prove it, so it's more imagination. Well, also is I think it's false, obviously. So we can experiment here on Earth that there is a dome. We can't touch it, but there is a dome, physical dome. So just using experiments here on Earth is basic.
Yeah, but what I was saying earlier was that's under the assumption that the space outside of our atmosphere isn't the same as our atmosphere, right? Like, now I'm in agreement there's a dome, but like that's assuming that there's a vacuum, and it's like, oh, because it's a vacuum, There would have to be a dome, otherwise the gas would disappear. But what if outside of our atmosphere is just more gas? There'd be no reason for a dome. It'd just be eternal gas.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know how to answer that question, but
no, it's okay.
I agree with you totally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It would be kind of because I mean, like at a certain point, you just ask yourself, it's like, okay, like what is this place? You know what I mean? Like, is this just a random place? We're just here. This is just the map. Because with the globe model, it's like, oh, it's this eternal space and all these stars and everything. But with the flat Earth model, it's like everything is right here. You know what I mean? So it's like, what's
this
going
is
on?
the universe. The Earth is the universe, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I just like kind of think it's comical to like, oh, the sun, the moon, the stars, everything in existence is all right here, and it's just random, and we just accept that. It's like, okay, well. That makes more sense on the big universe one with the Big Bang and everything.
Yeah.
But if it's like everything's local, and it's like we have these things floating around defying the laws that we've been taught, aka the sun and the moon, and it's just like, okay, clearly the sun and the moon's not made of what we're taught either if it's local. So it's like, what is that thing, right? But then,
yeah. But maybe outside.
I think even with Big Bang, the Earth it's very special.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, right? Because it's like, where else is this?
Because where you have oceans in the space.
Right.
Nowhere. That means in this Big Bang, in this space, with this explosion and everything, and then it's happened, blah blah blah. Doesn't matter what's happened. In all these reactions,
yeah,
they was made the gases, planets, blah blah blah, but only one with the water, and only one breathable with the air,
Yeah. That's why I laugh when I see solar system pictures or draws or something, because the Earth is the only planet in the solar system that contains water. Oceans, atmosphere, life, humans, and I love because it's like very unusually right in the universe. Planets like the Earth. So I love because
because it's like there's nowhere.
Yeah,
there's nowhere else
that's
like
what I mean.
First planet was like a planet. That planet Earth was made by Big Bang, and it's alive. It's full of life. It will grow everything, and and then you have us, people. How we came
from nothing to everything.
Yeah, but look at your body. You have lungs. Why you have lungs? You have every organ in you, inside of you, has the function. And it's made for that function. It can't be everything. It's like this is like by coincidence. How to say? By case happened that all of us, that fish, they don't have lungs. That they can breathe under. We cannot go in the water and live under the water. Why? Because we are made to live to breathe the air.
I don't know about evolution or something like that, but there's a lot of questions here.
Yeah, I mean, but like just getting back to what this place actually is, it's like, okay, everything is just local right here. Do we agree on that? Do all flat earthers agree everything's local, or are there flat earthers who believe we're in space and like just that the Earth is flat? Because I'm trying to understand,
Okay, some Glovers or people that believe in heliocentric model, when they hear about the flat Earth, they put a flat Earth model, but floating in the space, and that's a mistake.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
It's
okay.
a mistake.
That's just, I wanted to touch base and make sure that's not what is believed, because I'm like, okay, now it's just like.
Can I interject though? Because I personally I don't like speaking for other flat earthers, so we can't really say all flat earthers believe this, because unfortunately, yes, the flat Earth Society exists, so there are, I'm pretty sure, flat earthers who think the Earth is like a pizza floating in space. So even though we disagree on that aspect, I'm pretty sure there are flat earthers who believe that.
No, nobody believes that. Trust me. Akachi, can you look at live stream voice tech?
Yeah, I'm looking
it's a
at it.
mistake.
No, I agree with you. It's a mistake. I'm just saying you can't speak for every flat earther and say they don't believe this.
Right.
But many Glovers, imagine this when they hear about the flat Earth. So here is the mistake, right? The flat Earth is like the universe.
Yes, I agree with you, Victor. I'm just saying you should speak for yourself when you're talking about the ideology of the shape of the Earth. Just a thing, because you can't just generalize everybody and say, yeah, this is what everybody believes.
No,
I think the one thing we as flat earthers do agree on, and I won't say all flat earthers, but the majority of flat earthers, is that the Earth measures flat. That's about it.
But in this, the floating flat Earth, I think it's ridiculous. And well, the flat Earth Society, nobody should trust them. I don't know, because they say a lot of theories that are ridiculous. I think is controlled dissident, but don't trust me if you want. I think there is no flat earther that believes that it's a piece of rock floating in the space. But
So what she was saying is, she was saying that yes, vast majority.
I understand.
Okay. So with that belief, right, and everything's local, all the stars, all the sun, the moon, everything is right here, like within our reach. Like, I'm just trying to like get, for those who believe that this randomly came about, right? Just looking at it scientifically, I'm trying to see where their perspective is, that this structure that we're in, that is so obviously designed, just randomly pops up when nothing else, right, in our existence, which is all right here, does that. Everything else has something that causes it, right? Like, we see that.
Okay, so what you mean is like God, right?
Well, I can't say that, so.
No, but let's not go down that route again, please.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Guys.
I think it's impossible not to talk about it.
And I think, can we change gears slightly? I want to talk about NASA's recent failures. Has anyone spoken about that?
Okay, so I can say God. Okay.
So isn't it?
Let's try another word.
Funny. Hold on. Isn't it funny? Like, a few years ago, globe earthers would come to this server whenever there was about to be some kind of launch, some kind of SpaceX or NASA launch. They'd be like, hey, you guys going to watch the NASA launch? And they'd be all excited, thinking, we're going to space, we're going to prove the flat earthers wrong. Now no one's coming. I mean, this is supposed to be NASA going back to the moon. No one's really coming in being like, hey, excited for NASA. Isn't it strange that just no one is excited for NASA at all? And NASA are just failing again and again. So they failed to launch again today.
Oh, they failed to launch?
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they couldn't do it because of rain.
Oh, of course.
No, it was a gas leak, guys. Come on. They're not just not reading the weather reports. But this is another thing, right? So they've said, oh, it's leaking hydrogen, guys. It's pouring out all over the runway. We can't fix it. Meanwhile, all these poor Globers are sitting there with their NASA hats on saying, no, we need to rub this in the flat earthers' faces, NASA, get to the moon. And they can't get off the launch pad. And they're saying it's leaking hydrogen, or whatever was leaking. They had a big leak, a physical leak. So it's like, if anyone works in an industry or with engineers who work with pressure containing equipment, throughout the manufacturing process, they're being pressure tested all the time, right? The seals are being pressure tested. There's no way you'd get to delivery day, like launch day, and then figure out that you've got a leak and that your seals aren't holding pressure. That's being tested all the way through. Yet somehow NASA are getting onto the launch pad and then only then finding out, oh, it's leaking, it's pissing everywhere. Get that blocked up. Just unbelievable, even from a basic technical design standpoint. How the Globers are not raging. How the Globers should be raging, even if they believe it. They should be like, what is this incompetence? They've got leaks all over the place. They can't take off again and again. They can't get back to the moon. What's NASA been doing since 1972? Why are we only just trying to get back to the moon now? NASA is incompetent. Someone do something. Like, they should be outraged.
So do you believe that the moon is a solid surface?
Well, no. How would I know what the surface of the moon is?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking, like, what you think it is, right?
No, I don't know what the moon is, but I know they're not flying to it in a tin can and playing golf on it. So,
okay,
I mean, the fact that they're even just claiming to launch something around it, and the Globers are not interested. Like, it just tells you.
I actually have a video recording the moon, like, disintegrating, which is pretty crazy. Like, and there's no clouds. And, like, I can't post it because I don't have the permission, but, like, I remember there's in the 60s this interview of the scientist saying that the moon is made of plasma.
Plasma, yeah. Send me that video. I can post it for you.
Okay, awesome. It's pretty bizarre. And I've looked at videos on YouTube of people recording it happen too. Like, it's not just me that has captured this.
Things like
I know what
the
you
lunar
mean.
wave.
I know what you mean. Like when you say it's disintegrating, you mean as it begins to descend, or in our perspective, the further that way it goes, it kind of just dematerializes. I mean, not that we know it's a material, but so to speak. So it's like that little wall back there, though. It's a weird patch of air, I would say, because like a lot of things like appear from behind whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? It's not exactly the horizon. It's like above the horizon. It's like a baseboard kind of width, and it's like just this band on top of the horizon. And it's like super thick air, and it's like there's a point in which shit just like disappears beyond the sun too. But we know it still looks, like the sun for somebody else wherever. So it's not like it's dematerializing for real. It's just our advantage.
Well, okay, so with this specific video I'm about to send him, it didn't actually lower. It was in just one spot. But luckily he can post it, so you guys will be able to see what I'm talking about. Here, I'm going to send it to him right now. It was super bizarre. I'll also try to get stuff from YouTube so you can see other people do it too. Here, 1 second. Let me message him. Okay. All right, it's this one right here.
But yeah, if I was the American people, I'd be demanding that $70 million a day back.
Dang, it said
Right,
my
what are they
video
doing?
it said my video size is too large. I have to edit it down a little bit.
This is a video you took yourself?
Yeah, I literally did this myself.
Shit,
Let me see.
this one's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, no, it was insane. I sent it to my family, and we're all talking about it. Here, hold on. Because I really do think this thing is made of plasma or something. Like, because I'm just like, this doesn't even make sense. Like to happen with something solid. Here, maybe this will work now. I just had to shorten it because it said my video was too large. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, it's still too large? Okay, how am I gonna do this? Is there a way to like, I don't even know. Is there a way to like compress a video like you do photos, you know? I have no idea. Damn it. Could you like make it possible for me to post a video in the chat?
Yeah, give me a second.
If you can't PM it to someone, I believe you cannot post it in the chat either. If it's too big.
No, I'll give him the link. Permission. Is it Akachi?
Yes.
2 minutes. God, we've got so many roles. Where the fuck is it? Alright, try that.
Okay, this should work. Alright. Okay. Let's see if I could post the full video because I really want.
To go to space incense.
Okay.
They're paying them for. They're the test subjects. They're throwing them through G-force training.
Yes. Okay, it's loading. Damn it. Yes.
But why sex workers? I don't get that. I'm pretty sure there's many qualified people for that.
Okay. Look at the
it's
chat.
for their personalities, I'm sure.
I just posted it in the live stream voice text.
So what are we watching?
The moon disappears.
Oh.
Okay, dang. Did I definitely okay, I definitely panned to the right on this one a little bit. And let me see if I have a better one where I don't pan. I mean,
Were there clouds?
No, there's no clouds.
I kind of do see what you're talking about. It does seem to disappear, but you kind of pan away from it as it's going dark.
Yeah. That's my fault. Here, I have another.
Yeah, this kind of
I
phone,
know.
And then you just drop the phone.
And no, here, hold on, because I was so amazed. I like stopped looking at my phone. I was like, oh my god, and then I didn't even realize I panned. Hold on, I have another one. I have another one. Don't worry. Oh yeah, this one's real good. Okay, yeah, this one's real good. Okay, yeah, this one's perfect. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen the moon do that before. If that's what's happening, looks pretty odd.
It does look a little bit like a cloud just passing by, but if you say it was cloud free.
No, I have an even better one. That one, just like I forgot.
Yeah, the quality's not amazing on it.
Yeah, here, 1 second. Here, let me redeem myself.
I'm with you so far. This is more compelling than anything NASA has produced in 50 years. So
okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. All right, this one I'm gonna show you next. This one's even better, and I do not pan because you know what? I remember what happened. That one that I panned, I watched it after, and I was like, "Oh, now they're gonna be like, oh, this isn't real. He edited it when he panned." But no, I have a perfect one. Okay, 1 second.
Last chance.
I know. Yeah, I don't want to mess up. I'm embarrassed.
If I see any of these NASA cuts in it, I'm gonna know what's up.
No, this one's gonna get you. This next one I got is perfect. Okay, let's do it.
All right.
It's uploading now.
Because you got a tough crowd here, you know. We demand the highest quality special effects.
Yeah, I completely understand. I completely understand. Yeah, this next one's good. That first one, I was like, I forgot I was even recording. I was just watching it, and I was like, oh my god! And then it's like when people record UFOs, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. I'd have dropped the phone, and I don't know.
Okay,
Check
this
out
next one
though.
This next one's perfect though. This one's good. It's almost done loading. So yeah, okay, almost there.
I was just thinking about that. Really
all right, here we go. It's up now.
All right. Okay, I mean, I can already hear the Glober response, which is, "Oh, it's just clouds, bro. Oh, I can't
But you
tell
see, it
anything,
happened in
bro.
the middle,
Not good
though.
enough." But yeah, it happens in the middle. No, I'm with you. You have an odd-looking moon there. I don't think I've ever seen the moon looking like that. Where do you live? In the States, yeah?
Well, I'm from the States. This is specifically Costa Rica, though.
This is Costa Rica, okay. Because
Yeah.
I never see the moon looking like that, I'm pretty sure. But you look like you're filming it just at the point where, I mean, the entire moon phase is over and it's going into, like, new moon or something.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure, but I will say this. The two videos I took, those are from the same day. So it was appearing and disappearing like that.
All right, okay, that's even more weird.
Like there was, I promise you, there was no clouds, dude. Like, I promise. Like,
I would be interested to know what that phenomena is called, if there's a name for it, or if that would always just be put down to cloud coverage or what. Yeah, south of the hemisphere, yeah. You're right.
Well, what kind of cloud does that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it doesn't look like a cloud, but that's definitely what they would say.
Big, don't you remember? Real
I don't know.
quick, remember,
Is there-
Costa Rica, the 6 becomes a 9 at that point, right? Painted on the ceiling.
Yeah, totally. But in terms of the way it extinguishes, let's say, the light,
yeah,
I wonder what the astronomical term for that is, if they have a term for it. Because that's an interesting phenomenon.
It looks crazy, dude. Like, I showed it to some people, like, oh, it's an eclipse. I'm like, eclipses don't look like that. Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, in a way, the Selenelian eclipse, it is a shadow from the top down, but it still doesn't look like that.
right. Like, this legit just looked like the light disintegrated, dude. Wait, what's his name?
Compelling stuff.
It was,
you need to get a better camera on that. You need to get like Nikon P900 or something.
No, you're right.
On that phenomenon.
You're right. You know what?
That's what you need to get.
I only used my phone camera because it's like you don't really see something like this coming, you know?
No, but now you've seen it, you should try and replicate that with a better optic and a better recording, for sure.
Yeah, I definitely will.
This could be the next lunar wave, bro.
No, I definitely will do it. I'll do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
can I ask, like, was there any type of a big blimp or something that was
Literally
passing
nothing.
by?
There was
yeah, they're still
literally
advertising on blimps.
there was
The
literally
Goodyear
nothing.
blimp.
Yeah.
There was nothing in the sky, and that's why I recorded like some time after it, so people could see that there was like nothing there. It just literally did that.
It's very hard to comment because the video, like, it's not clear, it's fuzzy. So, like Wolfgang said, try to get a better camera, and hopefully you'll be able to catch this phenomenon again.
Well, yeah, you guys too. You guys look out for it. You know what I've noticed. I've seen it happen. It always happens like this. It happens
When was it though? Like what?
February. Beginning of February. But it happens all throughout the year. It always happens like this. When the moon has only a little light, like a sliver like that, that's when it's gonna happen. That's when it's gonna disappear.
That's the waxing and waning, the cycle of the moon when it's closing or opening, so to speak. The observation, though, in terms of the moon being its orientation, again, remember your observation point is in Costa Rica, so you have the advantage of seeing again the 6 versus the 9.
No, like I'm saying, like it disappeared in a weird. It disappeared like that for me last night. And he's right. Like I typically see it when it's like, a crescent,
Oh yeah,
But
no,
what DreamWorks?
Elijah, please don't. I'm not referring to the. I'm just talking about the actual inversion of the moon, the steering wheel turning, if you will. But the disappearing and of the moon itself is definitely unexplainable at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the tilt because I've seen it standing up and doing this, right? I've also seen it a little thicker and doing it. But I'm just telling from my experience, it's when the moon is super yellow and it's like it's not like a full moon. That's when I've seen it do this thing, man. And so I'm gonna get a better camera. I'm gonna try to get real close up so we could just see like in like one of those Nikons, like you guys said, P900 or something. I'll try to get some. Maybe I'll rent one. I don't know, but I'll try to get real close and just like.
Well, Akachi, I've given you the valued role because you're bringing some original content and some cool observations. So,
thank you. That means a lot.
Your role journey has begun.
Yes. All right. I'm good. Oh God, I've shown this to so many people, and they just say. I've shown this to so many people.
Than NASA.
I've shown this to so many people, and they just always say it's nothing. So that's why I like this channel, is because I know you guys will actually look into this. Like, this thing is crazy, man. And
it's because the moon is a brain breaker, and people get freaked out when they see odd things about things like the moon.
Right.
It's like when Crow 777 came out with his lunar wave stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that is crazy for someone to see who hasn't looked into Earth and cosmology and all this generally. They see something happen with the moon that almost looks like a digital effect. That's scary to them. They're like, holy shit, the moon looks digital.
Yeah.
You're messing with people's realities when you point out almost what seem like glitches in the Matrix or something. And they're seeing little bits of it that they've never considered before, and it conflicts with their paradigm. I think that's why a lot of people have less time for astronomical anomalies. So they're like, all right, that's too much.
Yes. Here, you know what? I have some YouTube videos that I did some deep searching on YouTube. Hold on. And I have other people have seen this and posted it. And they saw it happen on fuller moons. So here, 1 second. Let me see. Oh, nice. Okay, I found them. Okay. So I'm just going to post all of them. Some of them aren't the best, but like Like me personally, I think mine is pretty clear, but these ones are pretty good too. But the problem with them is just like the average person would probably say that some of these have clouds because like I think some of them have clouds in the video. But since you guys have seen my video, you'll see the similarity. Okay, I'll post. There's like 10 of them. I'll post them.
While you're doing that, I've also posted one along the same lines, strange astronomical observation, and this one has stuck with me because, I mean, I don't know. Again, I wasn't there, I didn't do it, but what this is seemingly showing is so bizarre and so strange when they're looking at Venus. You should really check it out. And I've not heard anyone really discussing this video, so I don't know what the story is behind it, but check it out. To anyone listening, the one I just posted called Venus Glitches Out, have a look at that and tell me what you think, because it's bizarre. Guy incog this. I can't look at a channel called Flat Smackers. It is insulting. This place is too funny.
Hey.
Do we have any new people in the house who have questions about the Earth?
I have a question.
What's up?
So how flat is the Earth?
Well, the water bits are pretty flat.
Really?
Yeah.
What about the land mass?
Well, that's topographical, so that's got hills and valleys.
Hills
it
and
doesn't have
valleys.
curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, the bit that a ball needs Like all those hills and valleys are gradually tipping over the side of a ball and then coming right side up underneath it. None of that's happening.
Motherfucker, no way. Are you serious?
Yeah.
So we've been living a lie this whole time, dude.
Well, you've been living in an observably flat and motionless Earth, but you've been told a story that contradicts that, and you've believed it. Like we all did.
Yeah. So what's the point of that, though? Why would they lie to us?
Oof.
What
Why
do
do
they have to
people
gain?
lie?
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
That is true.
control of your worldview, for starters. Everything
Yeah.
that you think about where you are, how it came to be, what you are, all of that.
So what do we do?
Spread the word.
Spread the word of God.
Well,
yeah, basically. Man.
I was talking about the word that the Earth isn't a globe, for starters. Where they go after that, that's kind of their own journey.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah. Okay. Shit.
The word is curvature. Where is the curvature? That's the word.
Yeah. Bird is the word.
So, in a swimming pool, in a bathtub, in a lake, the water's always flat.
Yeah.
But we're told a story that it's not. It just looks flat. It's actually curving at a specific rate. So people go out and test that and say, okay, we'll test that specific rate of curvature. Okay, the curvature is not there.
Right.
So here we are.
Fuck. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I'm just
See
going
if
to
you can
soak
take
all
this
that
seriously
in.
for just 5 minutes, Buckslayer. Can you do that?
What?
Can you take this seriously for up to 5 minutes?
What do you mean, dude? Taking it
Just yes or no.
serious-
Can you do?
It's a struggle for some people. It's a struggle for some people, you know? I mean, you're getting told the Earth isn't what you think, and then you're starting to realize, well, actually, I don't really have any good evidence for thinking it is a spinning ball. And you're live on some Discord chat with 20 people in it or whatever. I guess you're going to act a bit strange. It's all right, Buckslayer. You'll be all right. See, he's bailed.
Could I get permissions to post in Moon Chat?
No, that's you need a certain role level to post in those, because those are additional information sections. So those are just for like educational links and things like that, rather than a chat room. But if you send me what you want to post in it, I'll take a look at it.
Could you take the videos I posted on the Moon? Could you post them yourself? Or at least mine.
Yeah. I'll post the one that I watched. I'll take a look at some of the other ones.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So how do I get roles to be able to post?
You just hang out and speak about flat Earth, and the more you demonstrate your knowledge and ability to speak to new people about it, you'll get more roles.
All right, because I mean, I've been here for so long, and I just got my first new role basically today, other than VC verified.
Yeah, but I told you, you're on the journey, so you'll get there. Don't worry.
All right, fair enough.
All right, Buckslayer, you still here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if I asked you to give me your 3 best proofs that the Earth is actually a ball that spins, what would you say those would be?
I don't think it is a ball.
Oh, why not?
I don't know.
Haven't you seen the pictures from space, bro?
Yeah, it's fucking flat.
Nah, the pictures show us a ball.
Not to me, dude.
In the classroom, the globe in the classroom.
Oh, that's a ball. Yeah.
Yeah. So how's Earth not a ball? The ball in a classroom is a ball, so Earth has to be a ball, doesn't it?
Well, I'm not very educated in the sciences, but I'm on the fence about it. I'm just here to listen to people and,
Okay. Yeah, that's
get
cool.
some
Well,
knowledge.
this is a good place to do it, because you can ask questions, you can ask for links and sources. If you scroll 3/4 of the way down the server list, you'll see the additional information, and that's got all these different channels and intro channels, beginners resources, things like that. But yeah, ask questions. Just ask questions. That's what I would recommend.
Right on. Yeah, I've been in the server for at least a month. I feel like I don't know, but
Cool. Well, yeah, we're here 24/7 just speaking about it. So if you do have any specific, hey, what about satellites? What about astronauts? Any of that, just throw it out.
right on. Yeah, I'll just hell yeah, dude, appreciate it. So what was Glat Flobe talking about though? He thought I wasn't being serious.
Yeah, I think he probably thought you were trolling because we got a lot of trolls here who come in.
Oh no, I would never. I would never do that.
Well, I hope not. So just be wasting everyone's time.
That's a waste of time.
Yeah. What's not a waste of time is learning about where you live. So
Yeah.
you can do that here.
Yeah. It's like, moving somewhere and then staying in your house for the whole time and duration that you live in there. You're not seeing the fucking beautiful nature, you know?
Yeah, it's like if you want to experience outside, so you go and look at pictures of outside on the computer.
Yeah.
No, just go outside. Yeah, good approach.
Fucking A, dude. Hell yeah. Fuck.
So, do you have any questions about Earth? Obviously, you're new here. You've probably not heard much about it. Have you ever looked into it? You said you've been here for a month, yeah.
I've seen videos here and there about, flat earthers like going out on the ocean and having a spot at a certain distance away and then putting a dot or a piece of light or something and seeing if it's flat or not. But
okay, yeah. The long distance observations. So that you understand what they're doing there, like testing curvature.
Yeah, they're trying to see if there's a difference in the height or the marks to see if there's
like
any
obstruction.
Yeah.
Obstruction due to curvature. Yeah, that's what's being tested, but we don't find any, which is a problem because we're supposed to be on a ball that has obstruction due to curvature. But no, that's cool. So do you also know that no one thinks that the Earth is a disk in space?
Nobody does think that?
No. You know that picture you see in like the media of like a floating Earth in space, and it's a disk, and the water's falling off it, and all this stuff.
Oh,
that's a troll. That's a troll,
okay.
Right?
Yeah.
No one thinks that. Like we're not in space.
Right.
That's another story. But yeah, just make sure no one's arguing that we're a disk in space. So get that out of your head.
Yeah, I never thought that.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, sweet. Well, yeah. Enjoy digging into it. It's the craziest topic you've never looked into.
Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate it. For sure. I'd like for Glat Globe or Glat Flobe to answer a question for me. If he could.
Yeah, what's up? Sorry, I'm painting right now, so.
Oh, I know there's two of you. What?
Well, yeah, it's my phone account. That's all right. What's going on?
Oh, so do you believe in the crust of the Earth? Is that a thing?
I don't think that's a thing. I wouldn't know one way or the other, but.
So that's not part of the flat Earth theory?
Well, I don't hold a theory per se. The Earth measures flat regardless of my theories or opinions or what I've, that kind of thing.
I didn't mean it like that. I'm just because
I don't believe in a crust. No, I don't know one way or the other if there's a crust or not.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
Cool.
Because we have these earthquakes and shit, and I'm like, they're moving, or something's going on,
Yeah, something is definitely. Well, I'll put it to you this way: like, unless I can go to where the rumblings originate and see all of what's the mechanics of everything going on, I'm not going to make a guess as to what that is.
Right. Maybe it's fucking like the demons in hell or something trying to break through.
Are you sure you're taking this seriously?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
All right. Well, no, it's not deep. But you know what's funny? I can't confirm or deny that it's demons. You feel me? I don't know. But my guess is no. But I'm not gonna make a claim either way.
Oh yeah, dude. Right on.
All right.
Yeah, but earthquakes do tell you that when Earth moves, you feel it.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very true.
But they tell you Earth's always moving. But you don't feel that.
Well, I mean...
But when Earth does actually move in an earthquake, you know it's moving. When Earth moves, you know it.
Yeah.
But they'll tell you otherwise at school, right? You're moving at 1,000 miles an hour, bro. According to them. Well, that's just one spin. You're moving at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. You don't feel it. But when the Earth rumbles a little bit, you definitely feel it.
So in the flat Earth model, is there like
there isn't really a model, just so you know. Like no one's got like a diorama of a flat Earth with like tectonic plates built in and turns it on and everything starts working like that. Doesn't exist. That doesn't exist for the globe either. Right, that doesn't exist for the globe either.
Oh, okay.
No one has an accurate model of Earth, like how everything works together.
Yeah.
It's not a thing. Not a computer simulation, not a physical model. No scientific model.
So basically,
and there isn't one of the flat
Earth model is based off scientific studies that have been done here on Earth.
Yeah, it's only observation and experiment, basically. Like when the term flat Earth is used, it's not to mean that we're claiming this new system of Earth. It's pretty much, you can think about it like full denial of the globe. It's not a globe. Yeah. It only seems to measure flat and motionless. But beyond that, we're not saying this is how everything works, this is what shape it is. We don't know that. We can't. Like, you can't test it, you can't explore it. It's illegal. You can't travel certain places. So we couldn't tell you that even if we wanted to. And we try not to speculate about it with any authority. I mean, we do speculate about it, but not to say this is what it is or this is what we know, just to say this is what it could be. But yeah, there's no real model. So when it comes to things that can't be tested, like the exact cause of an earthquake, for example, there are theories, but you can't prove it.
Right. So
we don't claim, we don't replace the story.
You guys believe in God?
Some do, some don't.
Because isn't the flat Earth more based towards like Christianity and the Bible?
It's based in observation and measurement of the surface. It happens to be that the scriptures in those religions do describe a flat and motionless Earth. But that's not what the argument is based in. The argument is based in direct observation and measurement, like you saw in those videos, right? People are going and testing the distances they can see to know whether or not it's curving. And a lot of people who maybe do adhere to certain scriptures have looked into their books and seen that it describes Earth as flat and motionless, and they've thought, well, look, there you go, that's strength.
But I think it's funny because the Bible says it's flat. And we all know what the devil does. He deceives, and he would make you think that it's something other than what it is, like round. I just think
a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would agree with you.
Yeah.
Some maybe wouldn't, but yeah, you could look at it that way. But again, we don't base our argument in that because we know a lot of people get triggered by the R word and general religion and discussion.
That's fucking bad, dude. They can get triggered all they want.
But no, because we want constructive conversation. We want people to realize that it doesn't matter whether you're religious or not. The Earth only measures flat.
Do you think that you can have a constructive conversation with someone that gets triggered over religion?
You can, yeah.
But what's the point? They're getting triggered over religion.
You don't need to take it to religion because that's not what the discussion is. The discussion is the nature of the surface that we live on.
Right.
That's an observation and measurement question, not a religious question. You can then go into the religious element afterwards if you want, but the basis of the discussion is not based on scripture. It's based on observation and measurement.
Right on. Hell yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Fucking A, man. So...
I have a question for Buckslayer.
What's up?
You ever slay a buck?
Fucking A, I have.
Did you observe level when you hung the buck on the wall?
Level?
Yeah. Did you observe level when you hung the buck on the wall?
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for welcome to Flat Earth.
Hell yeah, dude. You mean like when I hung the mount? or what?
Yeah, I mean, when you hang anything from a wall, TV, whatever it is, you're going to observe level. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
Level with your house.
A lot of people don't realize, like, your hand's in the cookie jar when you hang something off your wall and you observe level. You just haven't conceptualized or realized that everybody's doing the exact same thing, observing level. So, where does the curve show up? Thanks.
Level on your house, though. Level compared to your house and its innards.
Okay. So if I observe level here in Ontario, Canada, and you observe level where you are, and our buddy in Costa Rica observes level, where does your magic curve show up?
Well, I'm not denying that it's flat. I'm saying that that's kind of an argument.
So I'm asking you, where is it? If you're going to say no, tell me what it is.
When you're hanging something level in your house, it's level with your house, not the earth.
Okay, and say it again. You said it twice. I'm going to ask you, where does the curve show up?
I don't think there's a curve.
Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm just saying that when you're hanging something, you're not hanging it with the level of the earth. It may happen to be flat, the earth, but you're hanging it level with your house.
Any large body of water, including the Great Lakes, all would agree that they observe level because they all contain a leveling measuring device, being the water that they contain within their basin. Do they not?
I think they probably do.
Great Lakes are just a big giant level, are they not?
I think so.
Dope. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Fucking A, dude. I'm neither globe or flat Earth. I'm just here to learn and see what seems plausible. You know, I'm not denying.
Well, level water seems pretty plausible, doesn't it?
It does. He thinks I'm denying.
So this is pretty much what we're saying. No, I don't think he thinks you're denying it. I think he's just highlighting this general point that we're now in this point of the discussion where some people will try to deny the very concept of level, right? The hardcore globe believers and globe debaters, they think level means curved, right? They have to adhere to their worldview, and they have to rewrite the dictionaries, which is what they're doing, right? They've updated in the last few years. They've added definitions and changed definitions for the word level simply because it is a difficult point for the globe.
Right.
Right? Because like you said, common sense tells you that water is level. But if water is level and water is 70% of Earth's surface, then you can't have a 70% level ball. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't think of it as people coming at you, more just trying to probe you into thinking in a way that you're maybe not used to. Like, you think deeper on things like level, compasses, you know, everyday things, water. You just need to step back, step out of the heliocentric paradigm for a second and just think about it at a base level. Like, what am I observing? How does this behave? What do I know about this? And extrapolate outwards.
Pretty much just unbiased thinking.
Yeah, just go with what is observed and what is provable and knowable to you and expand that principle elsewhere. Right?
Right.
Like the principle of water being level when contained and having to be contained, and span that outwards.
Yeah.
The oceans are level. Sea level is level.
Right. Yeah.
So
I agree.
But it was a trip, so yeah.
Yeah, there's lots to learn, man. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, lots to learn, lots to unlearn, lots to relearn.
It's a never-ending cycle. Probably keep learning until the day we die. But this shit. So what's the end goal, though?
You're into knowing.
Just
of who?
Of understanding the truth of the Earth, and the shape.
Well, it's different for everyone, but if you're a curious person, you want to know about your environment, where you live. I mean, there's always more to learn if you want to understand.
But the end goal is to make everybody know the truth, right?
No, not everyone's going to know the truth. I mean, not everyone wants to know the truth. People will reject it till the day they die. I mean, there isn't really an end goal. There's no, like, people aren't proselytizing or demanding that people come and believe this or research it. This is just a resource here for those who do want to know, who are interested.
Nice.
And what they decide to do with that information is up to them.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah, I gotta go put my clothes in the dryer, though. I'll be right back.
You know what I'd love to find out from him, you gotta ask him, is how targeting systems targeting systems would work if the Earth was actually moving. Would you be able to snipe a buck if the Earth was rotating? How do you account for that? Is there a curve when you shoot your shot?
Yeah, you should ask him those questions. That would be good. And then show him Owen Benjamin's Globe Earth Sniper.
Ask me what?
Yeah, I was curious to know, how do you think targeting systems work on on
rifles?
Well, if the Earth were in fact curved, how do you think snipers would account for a rotation, and how they also would account for a curve?
Fuck, I don't account for that. I'm not shooting that far.
Okay, cool. So you got both hands in the cookie jar. Love it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with long range shooting, but I know you account for the drop of the bullet and wind, and that's about it.
Yep. Yeah, those are the constants. You always. Yeah, I mean, and again, if the target is moving, the sniper has to, or the shooter has to aim ahead of the target accordingly, and so on and so forth. But it's just interesting when you talk to people who think that the Earth is in fact curved or moving. And then you talk about things like, well, how would a targeting system work if that was actually the case? Like, that's a serious place that I can't
be a lot more complicated.
Yep.
That was the case. Be accounting for a whole bunch of shit.
Slayer, watch this. Are you in the live stream voice text?
I don't know.
You see the text channel just above this voice channel?
Yeah.
Called live stream voice text. Yeah, watch that video that I just posted in there.
Okay. What do you mean?
Globe Earth Sniper. I'll tag you.
Where is this? Where?
I just tagged you, so click the message.
Oh, okay.
It's the text channel just above the VC.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to you know, combat it, or else we're going to miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
That was legendary. I was, definitely tearing on that one. Very good play.
Yeah, it's the best. I guess the guy dipped. Maybe it was too much. Good stuff, though. Right, I'm going to dip, but peace, everyone.
Take care, man.
Anybody home? Yoo-hoo. Anybody there?
I'm here. I was just fighting with 4 bosses, but I'm here.
Where everybody at?
Hey yo, I don't know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slam door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Well gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this in my head, take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chest, that vocation. Do anything in truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
would they lie? Why 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 would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? Huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B. Trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What you go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies life on, hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
First time you word flat, you just scoffed and laughed, thinking that Pythagoras knew better in the past. Yeah, you start to do some research and hit up YouTube, Mark Sargent's clues and Eric's 200 proofs. Where's the ad? Show me. Why would they be lying? Come on, man. Well, why is the horizon always rising to your horizon? Yo, I can't explain it all in the verse you take serious. Cause once you're flat smacked, it'll leave you delirious. You don't want to hear this, cognitive dissonance settles in your mad. And that's okay, those are the same feelings I had. You're digging deeper and you don't know what to believe. You're getting pissed off that you've been duped and deceived. Yo, who do we blame? NASA, the elite. Both of them. While the darker voices hiding our reality that the earth's flat, 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 get over it. The earth's flat, 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 get over it. Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Get over it. Throw on some ODD reality to learn some more. Yep, got you thinking about things that you never thought before. Gravity pushes poles, turns sawdust into balls. What? Then you realize it's a theory and it ain't a proven law. Think density, buoyancy, and electrostatic. It's a complicated concept when you first look at it. Seeing all them pics of Earth through a fisheye lens, cause that's the only way that they can show us that it bends. 70% of Earth's water, which is nothing special. But naturally speaking, water always seeks its level. Then you start to wonder why we can't have world peace when they all play nice with Antarctic treaties. Sure do. You start seeing celebs coming out as flat earthers. So you double check that you just misheard your TV, your phone, or your radio station. Got you wondering why flat earth's taking over the nation. Even this deep inside the rabbit hole, I have my doubts, but at the end of the day, I want to stand up and shout that the earth's flat, 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 get over it. The earth's flat, 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 get over it. Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Get over it.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, McKenna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Race 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo. The FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation, perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition, or all around faulty cognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Norman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all could diss, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only arcade, while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years and still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius, it's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a brawl. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain, cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time, throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is. Because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
Even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
yes.
What in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
Sorry. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures
Mm-hmm.
and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not actually.
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And sure, if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah.
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, it's really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway, and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. It, like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long.
I
mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable And all you just see is that everything converges into a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Yeah. Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that lost of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed, Without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true, that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit. Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine,
resolution.
Yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air, and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan. Black Swan.
Excellently well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go try it yourself. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
if
5?
If you're doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20. 40. No, 25. 25 times 25. Times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like...
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay? So, I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The Miller-Rad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.